go. Welcome to the Champion of Champions. Big thanks to all of our players for entering and all of our spectators for coming along as well. So just before we begin, guys, obviously it's been a pretty tragic time in the New Zealand sport community during the last week. So we are planning on having someone talk in a little bit more detail and share some memories about Mulrooney tomorrow night before the final. But we just thought, at this stage, obviously with events that have happened elsewhere in the world, that we would just stand and just take a moment to reflect. And our thoughts are obviously with the royal family and the rest of the world at this stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so calling the players to their tables. On table 4, Adam Shaw versus Ely White. On table 3, Danny Bowen, Dean Garnett. Table 2, inside New Zealand extreme table, Shagan Mackenzie versus Kerry Words. On the other extreme table, Des Blair and Neil Wally. Players are now free to land for their program and start their matches. Thank you. Alright, good morning everyone. Welcome to the Champion of Champions here at the Kashmir Club. 16 players, $16,000. Been looking forward to this one for many, many months. It's great to be getting the action underway. Joined for our first match two legends of the game, Des Blair and Neil Wally. Des, coming to you first. I mean, we know obviously you've got a bit of history with the Reds and Yellows. You made it to the quarterfinals of the World Champs. That was a few years ago. But I mean, how's the preparation been coming into this tournament? 'Cause obviously you didn't play in the North Islands, you didn't play in the Nationals a couple of weeks ago. So are you feeling a little bit perhaps undercooked compared to some of the others here?
No, I played back in 2007.
You get to go.
Yeah, got a good memory. Just play from memory. Yeah. So it's all on the day. When you get older, it's you can't tell really. When you get older, health and everything comes into it, so it's different. When you're young, it's easy, but at least I got the same age opponent. Battling the same.
And speaking of which, I mean, I'm not too aware. Have you guys got much history? Have you on the 7 foot or even snooker?
Once before, I used to call him the gentleman, so there's a reason for that. So I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. And Neil, you must be coming into this buzzing with confidence. Obviously, you took out the North Islands South Islands. Took out the South Islands. So feeling good at this stage.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I just wanted to support Bowies when we played in the South Islands. They ended up taking it out. So I fought hard in the Nationals. Steve Denton, he sort of wiped me out in the first round, and then I won 4 matches to gain some more ranking points. So, yep, I'll give it my best shot. Then, I have only met the guy once, and I am a year older than him. So we'll take our walking sticks to the table.
There we go. All right, Battle of the Legends about to begin, so I'll let these guys go and lag for the break. Best of luck, gentlemen.
Thank you, Paulie. Welcome one and all, wherever you are, whatever time it is, day, night, doesn't matter. Here for some pool. We're here for the Champion of Champions Invitational. Day 1, this is the first match, round of 16 shall we call it. So, double life elimination, just like the tournament that was held 2 weekends ago. I'm just trying to remember the name of it. The New Zealand Super League Nationals. There you go. A number of you would have remembered about that, would have watched that, would have revelled in that. Des Blair did not play in that, but Neil Wally did. Neil Wally currently at the table. He won the lag, so he will break. He will get us all started. As always, I am John the Voice Saundercock, and I'm delighted to be here doing this. Neil, immediately after breaking, after being successful on the break, choosing the yellows. So there we go. Just a massive shout out before I do anything to Paul Chivers for being sat next to me and doing the tech for this particular tournament on the on-cue side of things. Just brilliant work that he does to make this look as good as it does, and doesn't it look an absolute treat on your screen? I'll just explain the way the scoring works in a moment. Don't want to interrupt what should be a nice clearance here from Neil, assuming of course he does get it. You should be able to just slide this in pocket weight and you'll stay close enough to the black to put it in the corner, just like this. So break and run, assuming this drops. And indeed it does, so Neil Wally very quickly 1-0 ahead of Des Blair. So I'll just explain the way the scoring works. We're not playing a race to anything in particular, it's done in sets, so it's a race to 3 sets. Every set has 5 games per set, so it's essentially a race to 3 frames within each set. And if it's tied at 2 sets apiece and 2 games apiece, then it will be a black ball shootout, which is essentially 5. You get 5 shots. Each player gets 5 shots at the black. The black is placed on the black spot. The cue ball is placed at determined places on the bulk line, and the players will have 5 shots at the black, and whoever pots the black the most often out of those 5 shots will win the match. And of course if it's tied after that, then they'll just keep shooting at the black on the black spot until one of them misses, kind of like a football penalty shootout. So Des will get his first turn at the table. We're breaking with a 9 ball, I think it's a Revo cue. There's a number of players who do actually break with a 9 ball cue. Some players prefer to break with an 8 ball cue or a snooker cue, which is different to their own cue, and obviously use their playing cue for playing. I've got a 9 ball cue that I break with, but it's beside the point for this particular tournament. That happened to be a dry break from Des as well, so Neil very quickly looking to pick up where he left off in that previous frame. Lovely little break and run as we saw, and not a lot of issue here with the yellows. Just needs to do what he did last time, and that's to piece a route together. Had the choice between those two that he's shooting towards now. Some people would have played the one on the inside, but he elected for the one on the outside. Should be a draw here for the yellow in the middle because it fits nicely past that red. And nice and straight enough that he can just play a wee run through. So nice and central to everything there. Be that yellow towards Bolt that he'll play now and just try to leave himself as straight as he can onto the yellow in the middle. Oh dear. Just kind of stabbed at it ever so slightly, and Des would have been thinking he'd be 2-0 down, but instead he quickly jumps out of his seat. As the yellows look lovely, so do the reds here. Just got to work a way around the red on the left rail that's closest to the rail and furthest from the pocket, and the red on the head rail. So those are the two that he'll be looking at, seeing if he can get on reasonably early. I'd say in particular the one on the top rail. I think that's the potential limiter there. Does drop. That wasn't particularly great for position. That red may slide past the yellow though. If it does, it's okay. You can reroute from there. It does indeed. A tiny wick off the yellow. So I'm just looking at the red that's next to the black. I reckon that'll go in the same pocket as he's just potted that previous red, the one that he flicked off the yellow. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got the angle here, he can just mosey on to the right of the red on the rail. He can do that and then just put it in quietly, and he's got a nice red to the middle, which he has. So just off the rail there. Controlled that really nicely, didn't have to hit it too hard, and we just deadened the impact somewhat on this. Lovely confident pot into the middle, and now he's got a similar sort of shot on the black. This to answer Neil's clearance in the first frame, and this he does. So one game apiece. Thinking game and frame are kind of interchangeable, but they are called games here. So I will try to ensure that I get that right. Just like it's a rail, not a cushion, is so much. So Des originally not playing in this event, and that was supposed to be Matt Edwards, but unfortunately Matt had to pull out due to his partner Mulrooney's continuing health issues, and then we received the horrible news on Tuesday that Mulrooney passed away. So as you could see on Facebook and just by talking to people, how profound a loss that is for not just for New Zealand pool, but just such a lovely person to go so early in her life. Only 43 years old, and so I think there'll be a fair amount of feeling in this room. Mulrooney obviously passing away, also the Queen yesterday at the age of 96. Very different scenarios, however, probably touch on that a little later. But yeah, Des was invited to play in this because of that. He's been putting a fair bit of time in with the Reds and Yellows. I don't really think he's played a hell of a lot of Reds and Yellows before this particular tournament. I could be wrong, of course, and if I am, just feel free to blow the chat up. I'd like for more of you to actually post a message online. Just remember you're free to do so, and I'll answer any questions to the best of my ability. Interesting sort of shot that from Des. He's kind of throwing the gauntlet down to Neil here. You've got that, the red that's in bulk that goes past the yellow top left of your screen. It looks like a fairly simple shot, but Neil has to bridge right over top of the other red here. Yeah, just as you can imagine how difficult that shot is with a smaller cue ball. Des threw the challenge down, Neil accepted it but couldn't make the pot, so leaves Des back to the table now. What Neil did do though is that he didn't make any of the reds on, so Des is going to have to play yellows here. So that's the one good thing about that miss, is just what he left. Red's now a much better set of the two, you'd imagine, and he couldn't get a good shot on one, so he had to go the other set. That wasn't even close, really. Just wondering if that yellow would have snuck in past that red that Neil put over the pocket. We put one there as a safety shot, but they never know. Going to have to be careful as well with my voice because we are in the same room as the players, so I've been told my voice does carry, so I don't want to put players off. If they can hear me, then they'll could very well distract them. I reckon he takes this one down the rail. It's been liberated, he's actually got a shot on it. That's not going to get there though. You can see the idea though, if you can get that over the pocket or even in the pocket, get it over and you take that pocket away from Neil. Obviously if you get it in, you're a chance to finish. That honour now falls to Neil. So they're just going to jack up and screw back past this red for the same pocket. Just looking at the one that's next to the black, and I think he might be setting up to put that sort of down that rail, but no, he's gone in between. Make that red a little bit more on now, just nudging the black out of the way slightly. Needs to be careful with it though. He couldn't take it now if he wants to, but it's a bit of an awkward bridge from there, so I'm not surprised that he's gone for the obvious one, so to speak, and he's ended up in a horrible place there. If he's touching that red closest to us, then he'll have to play away from it. Oh, look at this. That would have been a shot and a half. It didn't quite get there. But just imagine that would have been one of the first real skillful shots of this tournament. taking it those balls weren't touching. If it was a touching ball and he made it move again, it would have been a foul.
From 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we're down to 1 table only.
Just been told by Paul that from 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon the stream will be down to 1 table only.
Both semi-finals and final will be played on this table.
So both the semi-finals and the final will be played on this streaming table. Alex Stones, of course, has his own stream set up. So go to Inside New Zealand Poll or Inside NZ Poll and show my boy Alex some love. Amazing job that he's done with New Zealand Poll promotions and with his own podcasts on his Inside NZ Poll page. Des was practicing those shots. I was watching him in practice. That was almost exactly the shot that he practiced a number of times, and it certainly helped him there. He just had a wee route past that red. Oh, he just clipped it on the way through. He just got a piece of it on the way through. It must have been on by itself. And also, if you are on Q-Score, or you're following this on Q-Score, the scores that are shown will only be the sets, not the games, the sets. So obviously Q-Score not set up to measure both the sets and the games, so it'll just be the sets. Oh dear. That was very much not appreciated. Little kiss on the yellow. Checking up for a wee swerve shot here. This is very much on. Oh, it's nearly brilliant. It was just about brilliant. I just wonder now whether there's actually enough room to put the cue ball in to hit that red. I'm just looking at where the red's sitting. If the yellow's at 45 degrees to it. Yes, it is just, as you can imagine, just playing snooker. He's pretty much at 45 degrees or close to it. So I just wonder, just in the behind we got the referee to have a look at this, I think. Just in his haste to have a look, he's actually knocked the hoardings over. I just wonder if this shot's even possible. Oh, it was possible. Daniel Cole there is one of our referees. Thank you for your service, Daniel. Calling that a fair shot. But I was just about to say, if that shot wasn't even possible, then it would have to be a stalemate and a re-rack. We haven't actually seen one of those in competition yet. If and when we get to that, we will. Oh, look at the net. Needed to give that some water, Des. Relatively new cloth on these tables, and unless these are dead new cloths on them, in which case, yes, the net will be a factor, and Des finding that out very soon. Forward frame, and yes indeed. So Neil Wally 2 games to 1 ahead in this first set. Yeah.
Table 1 is the game.
Yeah.
Table 2 is the set.
Okay.
Just in case I'm not here for some reason, but I'll try to be here.
Just getting a wee tutorial on how to adjust the score in case I need to. So there are 4 games being played at the moment. Danny Bowen and Dean Garnett, Adam Shaw and Healy White. On Alex's stream is Shaden McKenzie versus Kerry Wirtz, and this particular match Des Blair versus Neil Wally. So there will be 4 more games later this morning. Those 4 games scheduled to start at 11:30. And on this particular streaming table for the second round at 11:30 will be Baden Jackson versus Brent Wells. So 2 of the Manawatu boys going at it. Yeah, I'm doing really well, thank you, Luga BBX. Not just to get a day off work to do this, but to actually do this. Been buzzing for it ever since Alex announced what was happening. Something like 6 months ago I knew about this and started buzzing even then. It's kind of like a successor tournament to the Great Southern Knockout, this. Great Southern Knockout, of course, not able to be played this year due to COVID restrictions at the time, but this tournament announced in its stead. Thankfully we do not have the same restrictions, so we're good to go. Oh Luke, okay, that makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, good to have you on, man. Tell you what, should be a oh yuck. Try for the plant not to be. Holds his hand up to say sorry because of where that yellow ended up. Imagine it'll be quite a foggy morning over in Hamner Springs. It'll be quite a cold morning as well. Very foggy here. It's also quite cold as well, but that's not going to matter to, well, most of these players at the moment. So Des from Auckland. If you played in the Super League, would represent Auckland. Neil Wally, of course, from Otago, and is the current South Island Super League champion. Got down to the match before the quarterfinals in the Super League Nationals 2 weeks ago. That stays up. I don't think it's a full snooker though. Neil should be able to see at least a piece of the yellow in the middle of the table. Not foggy at all. Okay, it could be because of the altitude, Luke. Chilliness I can definitely understand. Neil just playing the easy get out shot. He knows that Des has got 2 of those reds tied up, the ones just to the left of centre, close to bulk. Oh yeah. So yeah, do have a really cool tool here for that Q score does provide. It does tell you where the players finished in their last respective tournaments. That's a lovely double. It's actually better that that didn't drop because now the frame is very much in his command. Imagine one shot to turn the whole thing around. Neil looking to double the yellow into or close to that corner pocket top right of your screen. But now Des has got essentially a free shot at this red that's tied up. Not surprising he goes for the double. Lovely shot that. So imagine he would look to just stamp down on Neil's neck a little bit more in this game. Central to that will be ensuring that he doesn't leave Neil an easy snooker opportunity. Obviously, if he can pop them all, he will. Not out of the realm of possibility that he could finish this. That's a little bit tricky for position though. He would have liked that to come off the rail a little more, or at least stop short of where it did. Needs to be careful of his position here, that he doesn't go behind those two yellows. Not surprising that he decides against it. Tried to put that in the way of that yellow that's now on top right. This is going to be a very difficult shot to get a snooker on though. Could very well just play sort of full ball into that yellow, and not only does he cover that red over the pocket a bit more, but he may well have left Des a snooker. So he did jump the gun slightly, saying that he'd find it tricky to get a snooker. Well, that was about as easy as it could be. But what he did with the second yellow was just as important. Oh dear, really needed to get out of that, because two shots here is absolutely deadly. Or should I say a free shot here is absolutely deadly. Yes, it was Luke, and not just because of the fact that he got a snooker, but more so the fact that he made that second red hard as well. So even if he did get a contact on the red he was immediately snookered on, then he still would have had to work to get to the second one, and the yellow being there made it a lot tougher. Oh, I just wonder whether he might have left this so it's not on. I wanted those to be lined up for the pocket, but they don't look like they are. At least to get two balls further away from each other so they can be manipulated into a plant. No, it's not, sorry, the real Pinelli. You can follow the progress of that game on Q-Score. You see Adam Shaw 1-0 ahead of Healy White. So just the bottom of the screen there, just above the scores, you will see the way that this is scored. If you weren't here before when I tried to explain it to you. Shaden McKenzie won set up over Kerry Wirtz as well, which to some will be a surprise. Oh, well played. Played that beautifully. Had to cut it to make that plant on, and in doing so, double kissed the yellow and made it on for himself. That needs to bounce. Ooh, this is not an easy shot. Jacking right up on it to avoid any chance of a foul, and that's beautifully hit. Beautiful shot to finish that set from Neil Wally, so he goes 1-0 up over Des Blair. Carl van Beek. Good to see you on. Yeah, only a small town is Hamner, but they do have some people who love their pole. So this is being played at the Kashmir Club for those of you who live in the area and wish to come and check this out for yourself. Sick and tired of listening to me, you can get to Kashmir, 88 Hunter Terrace, and watch this in person. But whilst you're watching the stream and listening to me, you're all good as well. And that was a wonderful break from Des. Got 3 off the break, and both sets look pretty good, but I imagine the yellows you'll take here. The red on the rail to the right of your screen there, in between the yellow similarly on the rail and the centre pocket. I think that's would be the biggest reason to take yellows here, but no, you could very well have a shot to get it out now. Yeah, lots and lots of follow, but unfortunately no ding on that, and look where the cue balls ended up. Definitely can't fault him for wanting to be aggressive early. He's wanting to do something early just to give himself a real chance of finishing, but it could have ended up badly for him. Or maybe not yet. That's a lovely recovery. Almost speaking as if that was an epitaph. It wasn't. That problem red does remain though. You see where he was shadow killing. If he can leave that. Can leave the cue ball roughly on that same sort of line as he was queuing, then it's a relatively natural shot to cut the red and bottom left of your screen and come across off 1 or 2 rails and release that other red from its prison. It's interesting he's decided against it here. So maybe he decided that the angle wasn't there for the shot that he was trying to cue. Des has just come over, ask Neil to tell me I'm a little bit too loud, so I'm going to have to be a little bit careful here. Des, he could have come over and told me himself, but he's at the table at the moment, so he's in a grove. There's nothing wrong with asking your opponent to do it. Oh, don't go there. Unlucky. I was about to say it was either the double, or if he can get it on it down the rail, he will. Wasn't too far away from doing so. Just got his line slightly mucked up. I mean, Des and that table, by the way, is about 5 metres away from where I am, so yeah, I'm just going to have to be a bit careful on this one, folks. Oh, look at shot! Brilliant shot. Looky what we've got here. Oh, and this time more confidence on the black. Beautiful. The escape to beat all of them.
After 90 minutes, the shot clock comes into action too. After 90 minutes, the shot clock comes into
During the match. Oh, okay, and then is it a what? 60 or 30 second shot clock? So yeah, about 55 minutes into the stream, folks. Alex, if you happen to be watching this one back, 55 minutes, go to there, and that's when you'll start to do your wizardry to get that shot into your highlight reel, because that was nothing short of brilliant. Camellia Cook, yeah, that's about my reaction too, to be honest. Break from Neil is successful. And, well, it looks like a yellow, or a yellow from here. Would not imagine the reds would be on. Just asking Des to just pop that black off so that the shark rat can be removed. He's just having a bit of table banter as well, if you can hear that. I think there's one reason why Des was selected for this, is not only because he's a great player, has been for quite a long time, but also because he's just so well liked. It's a lovely man, real asset to the game in fact. He's going for the reds, this must be on. Oh no, okay. So it was a skill shot. In case you don't get the red, then you're on the yellow. I believe that when you do play a skill shot like that with a an open table, it's the ball that you actually play is the one that the set that you're on. So played a red, so he'll be on reds. Of course, if that yellow hadn't fallen, then he would have been on reds. If he'd played the yellow first and not potted it, but potted the red, he would have been on reds. So also with these matches, after 90 minutes of play, there will be a shot clock introduced. So at the moment these players are not playing to a shot clock, but that will be introduced at 90 minutes. Players will get 30 seconds per shot with one extension per game. That will be 30 seconds as well. Is it still an open table, Des? Oh, he wanted that to nap in and it didn't. I think he was just leaning on that, trying to get it to drop. And after 150 minutes, which is 2 hours and 30 minutes, players will get 20 seconds per shot with one 20-second extension per game. So thank you very much, Paul, for that. Just wonder if we're ever going to get to that situation. Every chance, of course, with this this format. Get the yellow off the rail, can't quite do so. Didn't really need to get a big piece of that to make that on for the middle, so bit of a shame that he couldn't at least get a small slice of it. Not surprised that he's decided to play the snooker. also like the fact that he put that near the black as well. It's similar to the shot that Neil played in the first set. Played for the snooker, but he also made the second shot harder. It's a big swerve. It didn't quite bite though. Cue ball didn't have quite enough action on it to really get into the swing of it, so to speak. So Des has a free shot here, so probably take this into bulk, to be fair. Take this into bulk and make that difficult yellow on, the one that's near the rail. He could, if he really feels like it, play the red and try to get on that yellow that way, which probably with these rules is the better shot. So he uses his free shot to pot the red, so now his visit to lock Neil up there, so I guess he knows what he's doing with the rules. That was excellent usage of the rules. Neil just trying to kiss into the black, and that could be brilliant. Even more so if that's a touching ball. Looking to see if it is indeed touching, because if it is touching you'll have to play away from it. Actually, I recant that. If it's not a touching ball, it's probably better off for Neil, because Des will have to do a bit more with this to flip that yellow and make a rail. So it's not a touching ball from what I can see. Yeah, so not a touching ball. So yeah, you had to play that with precision to not just make the rail but to avoid the in-off. Had that been a touching ball, he would have just played away from it and basically put the cue ball wherever he wanted to. But he did get the snooker and he got it well. Oh, this is more aggressive, and that was not far away. That was almost as brilliant as the shot that Des played in the previous game. Tell you what, this would have been absolute scenes if that had fallen. So we're pretty much over the season here for Des. Needs to decide on how he's going to play this. Decides to go off the top rail for position. A little bit close to that yellow in the middle. Whether that influences his decision on which ball to play or not. Because he could still play that one in the middle, but the cue ball's going to run off more than if he plays the one bottom right of the screen. But he feels he can control it. A little bit of check side just to stay away from the right hand side of the table, because that would have had a possibility of him running out of position more. That was a big yellow too. Just wanted to be silent while he played that shot. In she goes from Neil, so Des really should have had that frame, or at least he'll believe he should have. But one game apiece in the second set. There's Des's daughter Tony there, just to the left of your screen. when she came in with him this morning. And there you can see top right of your screen is Danny Bowen playing Dean Garnett. Dean currently 1 set to 0 ahead. Give a quick shout out to our sponsors. I see them on the board just behind me. Beds Are Us, Prime Environmental, which is the place I work for. Thank you very much, Hugh and David, for committing some money to the cause. Queenstown Furniture Gallery, no doubt Simon Singleton had a say in that. And the company New Zealand Limited, no doubt either Luke or Carl would have teed that one up. And On Q, of course, for the stream and everything they do for Q Sports. And also Need a Car. And of course, bottom right of your screen is New Zealand Pool Promotions, who we have to thank for the amazing work that they do in promoting pool within this great country of ours. That's a wonderful starter from Neil. I just wonder whether he takes that the red down the left rail now, or whether he leaves it. It shouldn't be too difficult to get position on the red to the right of the cue ball. That's what he would have been weighing up, is how can I get back to that red that's now still closest to the cue ball, because it doesn't go in the middle pocket to the left. See Neil using that yellow beautifully for position there, just as a wee break. Go for a bit of deep screw loving here. Did he get on one of those reds? I'm not sure he has. Just the way he pulled off the table suggests to me he can't see enough of the red further up table. I think the side view there tells me that the one below the black might be on though. I might have to put a wee bit of swerve on this. If it's not on, then I'm pretty sure he'll just play a wee swerve into it. You see him jacking up. It's just a subtle swerve, didn't need to move it too much. Difficult shot to control when you don't have to swerve it much though. Sometimes I reckon those are harder than big swerve shots, because at least the big swerve shots you have to really punch into them, you know you have to kill it. That's clever from Des. It was past the pocket, I don't think it was on anyway, but weighted that quite beautifully, and he's used that yellow he played as a blocker for the red to the left. So he's just saying whether it was a total snooker or not. I think that's what he was saying. If this is not a total snooker, which I don't believe it is, then whether that ball was touching the rail or not comes into question. It doesn't matter now because he's driven it into the rail. No idea. Oh, lovely shot. Yeah, Neil there just giving the table some knucks and appreciation. Are you talking about the sponsorship from Hamner, Neil? Sorry, Carl. I would have thought you would have had a say in that. Anyway. Oh yeah, true. Oh, hang on, I'll just get to that shortly. Nicely onto the yellow to the middle. Still got the one in bulk here, and that's the one he's decided on. Coming off 2 rails. Away from that rail enough that he can get into the cue ball if he wishes to. May not need to here. Now, the shot that he played to the middle early in the match, the one that napped off on him, I wonder how much that's going to factor into his head here. Whether he might be thinking about that even now that the match has further progressed. Are jump shots allowed? No, they are not, Mark. Cannot jump over any part of any ball in this rule set. Oh, he's weighted that beautifully. So he's gotten more to grips with the weight of the table. Sorry, the speed of the table. So I heard him talking to Neil as they were racking the frame where Des played that magical snooker escape and then potted the black in the middle. Heard him talking to Neil about how he's still trying to get the speed of the table. Seems that he's got a better handle on that right now. Beautifully played. They could have so easily run into problems there. There's a number of reds that could have gotten behind or hit, but he's managed to miss them all and come out into a good position for these 2 yellows. So you take the top rail here. Top rail, come back. Be nice and straight for the second yellow. Couldn't have really stopped that at a better pace. Just as he has with the black here, both of those positional shots were brilliant. In fact, all 3 of them to get to here have all been exquisite. So Des Blair 2 games to 1 ahead in the second set. Neil, no, he's not. I was thinking Neil might be coming this way again, but I was thinking if he's coming this way, he might be coming to tell me off again. A couple more score updates for you. Adam Shaw, Healy White now locked up at 1 set apiece, and Shaden McKenzie and Kerry Wirtz locked up at a set apiece. I'll just give you a few nicknames, or at least for these 2 players. Des, nickname Flick. I'm not going to tell you what C stands for, or the F, mind you. Give you a clue as to which words they are. I'm not going to repeat them on commentary. Neil Wally, of course, nicknamed the Gentleman. You can see that on the back of his shirt. Nominating yellows as a set but not potting one. I would venture to say that he wanted that to be pull up a bit shorter of where it did, so this shot on the red that's on the bulk line was a bit trickier. Yellows are looking ugly too, so if Des can pot this red and get on reds, then he's very much at at an advantage because of how ugly those yellows top left of your screen look. So I just wonder if that shot might come back to bite Neil. Oh, there you go. That sounds a bit better. Well, trying to take much the same shot, but he's gone and off, so dear oh dear. He's just trying to keep it tight and bolt there to still give Neil a shot, but give him a hard shot. But that's a lot easier now for Neil. He's got a free shot at this. Morning to you too, John. Faithful as always on the stream. Pretty much showing his hand with that shot. Yeah, got a royal flush, read them and wait. Oh, and by the way, I'm taking reds. Might need to use the rest though to get to the red. Shouldn't be an issue. He does play a lot of snooker, and in playing snooker you tend to use the rest quite a lot, so maybe a little surprised that he isn't using it there, and quite possibly with the position he's ended up in, he should have used the rest. But I'm not going to criticise him, he's a far better player than I am. He's the South Island champion after all. With shots like that one, with shots like that, don't mind the yellow going in, that means absolutely nothing. Oh, so you've got Alex's stream up as well, do you, John? Oh dear, after such a great shot, and then he plays that, which is, to put it lightly, not as great. Yeah, fantastic little Irish champion, we'll go with that. I like that, Chris. Chris P, by the way, is Chris Putt. Dave Putt, of course, is his dad. Yeah, he is doing well, John. He was actually 1-0 ahead of Kerry. Kerry managed to pull that second one out to get it to 1 each. So I'll just give you another quick recap now that there are 91 of you watching. I'll just give you a quick recap on how the scoring goes. This is not a straight race to anything, as has been played by pretty much every other tournament in the past. This is a race to 3 sets. There are 5 games per set, so games interchangeable with frames. Lovely control there of the cue ball there by Des. So essentially it's a race to 3 games within every set and a race to 3 sets. But if it's 2 sets apiece and 2 games apiece, whoops, just like nil, that wasn't so great. But yeah, if it's 2 apiece and 2 apiece, then each player will get 5 shots at the black. Black is on the black spot, and the cue ball is placed at varying positions on the bulk line, and each player gets 5 shots at the black. The player who pots the black the most will win the match, and if it's still tied, then it will be just keep playing it until you miss. So pretty much the same as a football penalty shootout. That wasn't so great either from Neil. Didn't quite dig into that enough to really play a stop shot. I think he was looking to play a stop shot there, but he kind of dragged it more than stopped it. This still cuts into the middle though, so Neil, being the aggressive player that he is, in fact he's going into the corner. Oh yes, had to wait for that to drop it. Had to make its mind up. But oh yes. Oh, and then I know after oh yes. So once again potting the brilliant one and then missing the relatively easy one. He just hit that, the red that he missed, he just hit it too hard, I think. The line that was on, it probably would have napped in, but even so, you always think middle of the pocket, but softer also would have given him a shot at the black. Oh, top stroke. Imagine it'll be the yellow closest to the red now. Several reasons why that is. Chief amongst those will be position. Oh, that wasn't even close, and this is a great opportunity for Neil to get position on this black. Look at where the cue ball's set up. He's pretty much dead in line for it. Just needs to control it. He has, and he's done so brilliantly. A little bit of bottom to spread the cue ball, but the speed is what made that shot. So Neil Wally 2 games each in the second set. So Des footing it quite nicely with Neil here, but kicking himself a number of times for the opportunities towards the end of the frames that he's missed. He's done some excellent spade work, and a lot of the frames that he's lost, that's what he's done, and then he's just failed to finish it off. But that shot on the yellow that he missed, the last shot on the yellow that he missed, almost like wasn't quite sure how to play it for mine. Maybe he's still got a few speed demons just eating him up in terms of what speed he needs to play for position. So, he was successful on the break. I think we've only had one dry break in the entire match so far. So that's something that's quite a lot different from the Nationals. You saw quite a lot of dry breaks in the Nationals, but only one so far in this match. I think this is the 9th frame in this particular match, and to have 8 of them result in a ball down is, to be honest, a bit of an outlier really. For Reds, I think the red that's near the bulk line, the one that's in bulk, looks like it's far enough away from the yellow that if he can play this red that's not in bulk towards the top left pocket, that the red that's in bulk will be on. Obviously he's off angle on it, and he would have had to cue over the other red, which I believe is why he's turned that down. Now, he's a little bit unlucky that that red didn't end up more over the pocket, because not only was that a beautiful pot, but he played it well to release that red, but it's ended up the wrong side of the middle pocket for him. far enough past that middle pocket, he may be able to cut it down the rail, but I think that's me being a bit wishful there. He looks to take the red that's not in bulk but at the bulk end of the table, then he's going to have to watch his cue ball quite intently. The shot is very much on, but tricky. Yeah, that's probably why he undercut it, is because he knew that he'd have to watch his cue ball there because of the spread. I do like the aggressive way that he played it though. It goes to show you that he's not afraid of taking shots on. Screw back there from Neil to go into that second yellow. I don't believe that yellow in bulk on the left goes past the red. Don't think it does. So whether he's going to use that to perhaps put in front of the red or not is a big possibility. And yes indeed, John, there are games on tonight. And the last round, in fact, which is loser round 2, they start at 7:30. So you strap yourself in, John, it's going to be quite a long day. But I'm not complaining. And the final tomorrow starts at 8 o'clock. And also we start at 9 tomorrow morning. So if you are on Q Score, you will get the start times for all the matches. Yeah, that just as I said, John. No for the pot, and by the look of it, no for the snooker. There was a chance of getting the snooker if he didn't get the pot, but that red closest to the pocket top left of your screen is on. So there's a link for you there, John. Not entirely sure what's happened to our second camera. Paul no doubt will be on the case. And thankfully this one's still going, so not really losing a hell of a lot. I think this will be a plant. It is, and does he have a shot on the second red? I think he does. He's still looking at it, so maybe he's not 100% sure. No, it's not on. He's going to have to swerve. And this time it does come off. It's the first time I've seen a swerve shot actually pop the ball in this match. Not easy shots to play with a small cue ball, mind you. This is not easy though. Where the black is. Imagine he'll be playing for a double here. Deep screw. No for the pot. He did get a cover, but it's probably not going to mean much with where the balls are positioned. I imagine this will be a fairly easy snooker here for Neil. Played at full aggression though, it was full send and would have had a reasonable shot on the black no doubt if that had dropped. Oh, lock him right up. Right dead in behind that yellow would have been perfect for a snooker, but that's still going to be incredibly difficult. I'm thinking maybe 3 or 4 rails here. This looks like he's going to go across twice to... Yeah, great effort. No ding though, it's still a foul shot, but great effort. Not easy to play with the cloth and the rails being new and the cloth sort of sliding more than anything. So just taking that further into bulk is nil for a better angle on this shot. Just to promote that yellow down the rail. Better place than it was now. Where the cue balls ended up isn't flash though. Got the promotion he wanted, but he didn't get the cue ball sort of out into the middle of the table as he wanted to, so whichever way he decides to go is a tricky sort of shot. I'm guessing he'll be looking back for a snooker here because that black does pass the yellow into the bottom right corner pocket. Oh, lovely. Don't go and off after it. You rat. So, essentially 2 shots at this bulk. School of thought to take the yellow that's next to it, but I don't think so. Just got to back yourself. Just make sure you make a rail, make the pocket, don't need the second shot. So 1 set apiece. It was a bit unfortunate that from Neil because he played that so well. It was such a brilliant shot, but then to come off the rail and go and off after it. There will be tomorrow, I think just before the final, I might be wrong, but as I recollect, just before the final there will be a tribute of sorts to Mulrudi Kasimchayanan. I'm pretty sure anybody who's ever picked up a cue in New Zealand knows about her passing on Tuesday. So our deepest condolences go out to Matt and to their son Liam as well, and to their respective families. Will be very much missed. Will Mulrudi, our queen of the table. There's lovely tributes flowing in from players and organisations overseas that have had the pleasure of playing with or dealing with Mulrudi in any way. I mean, Alison Fisher posted a lovely tribute on Facebook to her. There's a number of moving tribute videos as well out there on Facebook. There's also a memorial service held at Poland Blues, I think it was either yesterday or on Wednesday. And that place is definitely not going to be the same without her, and in fact this whole nation, in terms of cue sports and just in terms of humanity in general, will not be the same without her. It's a race to 3 sets, Hayden, and it's a race to 3 games within each set. So Neil to get the 3rd set underway. It's currently 1 set apiece.
Hayden just with Kieran.
receiving word that Shaden is now 2 sets to 1 ahead of Kerry Wirtz. This is of course being a double elimination or a double life format. The loser is not out, but the loser will have to then win their way through the losers round to get back into the winners round. So a similar sort of way the Nationals in North and South Islands worked, except of course you've got 16 players, so it's slightly condensed. He's quickly into his work here on the yellows. I believe that was a dry break as well. So that little bit of shock. Lovely little touch there from Des. Touch game has actually improved as this match has gone on. It was perhaps a little heavy and a bit clunky earlier on, but since then has got his touch well and truly on. Originally we'll play this yellow for the one that's closest to the camera. Didn't quite go far enough for that, but he still has the one just above the red there. Looking to see if that yellow next to the black spot passes the first one that I was talking about. I don't think it does, so it could be a cue perhaps to take that yellow closest to the camera, or if he can kill the cue ball enough he can get himself onto that yellow second. So right to left to right on your screen. A number of options. So I think he was playing for the yellow next to the black second, but unfortunately the way he's hit the black he's killed the cue ball, and now he's quite potentially looking at a difficult plant here. It does certainly go, but the distance the balls are away from each other, plus the distance from the second yellow to the pocket, makes this a very tricky shot. And he can play with a rest as well to add a third element of difficulty to it. So 1-0 to Dean Garnett over Danny Bowen as well. That was a really tricky shot, and he's winning off too, which kind of adds insult to injury there. We've got 2 reds in bulk here, but it doesn't look like he's interested in either of them. With that yellow on the top rail, or near the top rail, it offers a lot of scope for a snooker. So this is why he's taken the yellow as his free shot. Now, the way this table's lying, you'd think odds are against him for a clearance, so once that bit of a safety net in case he doesn't clear, he's actually got that yellow in a tough place so that he can easily lay a snooker up. But it's definitely good to know that you've got that net there. You can just have a go at the clearance, and if you don't get it, or you do run into problems, that you can just switch it up and play a snooker. Oh, lovely shot. Gets beautifully onto that second red and bulk. But also to mention the fact that had he not potted that, he would have laid a snooker in, so one thing to be confident of playing the shot, but it's another to actually know your cue ball path. That needs to stop. I think he's okay, yes. That needs to roll. Yes it does, so pretty much adjacent to this. Literally bites into it to avoid any chance of an in-off, so 1-0 nil Wally. Fantastic finish that. Could have quite easily laid up for a snooker at any point there. Definitely had the yellow in the right place to do so, but his game is to attack, and attack he did very well. Lyndon Smeaton with a message of support for Des Blair. So here we go, Des to break. Second game of the set. Currently one set apiece. Again, the player who breaks is off and running, so Des gets the first pick of the table, and it's not the best looking table to be completely fair. You're looking at either yellows or reds, you've got problem balls at both ends. I'd say probably the reds out of the two sets here. It's a bit of a muchness with balls being tied up everywhere, but the red doesn't go into the middle pocket on the left of your screen. And then you've got the two reds that are tied up bottom left of your screen. And you've got the yellow that's blocked by the red in bulk, but I think that's the only one that's difficult. I think the rest of them are fine. So I would just imagine that he'd be taking yellows here and just seeing if he can find a way to release that yellow, or even maybe jam that yellow in there if he's got enough space. First, as you would imagine. Just looking for a shot that he can play to release that yellow. I can see one potential shot. If you can get the cue ball down towards the black spot end of the table, maybe somewhere around where those two reds are tied up, then he could cut the yellow into the middle pocket and maybe deflect the red into the yellow and the red top left of his screen. That is a possibility that I can see from back here. Of course, I never miss a shot from here, so I just wonder whether Des might see that at some point. He's certainly working himself around nicely for it. Well, he was, until that happened. He's just playing down the rail, or close to the rail. He's struggling somewhat, or should I say he's sort of struggling in patches. It's like he's not 100% certain of playing those sort of shots near a rail at the moment. Oh, if that had dropped, that would have been brilliant. I'm talking about the red, but instead he's basically handed the frame to Des here. And take the red as the free visit. Just needs to be careful when he screws back that he doesn't leave himself in any ugliness with this yellow. It's fine. It'll work just nicely, in fact. Just needs to work around the black and the red that are kind of in line between where the cue ball's going. So it's the red right in the middle of the table and the black. You have to work around those because those are the two balls that could get him into trouble here. Just going to take his medicine though. Could very well play for a punt here actually. Yellow's close enough to the hole so it's not as difficult. Instead playing for the weight, and he's weighted that quite beautifully. And that could have easily scurried away on him, but weighted it very well, and he's got himself a nice shot on the black here. Yellow must have been further off the rail than I thought. I thought perhaps that shot was quite difficult, but it wasn't. Down goes the black, so one set apiece, one game apiece. Players literally cannot be separated at the moment. Not bad for a player who many wouldn't actually pick to be playing the reds and yellows, especially not when you consider the other players in the field, but obviously he's put his time into the game and been so good for so long. You imagine he'd pick this up fairly quickly. Just looking at smashing shirts that the players at the Southern Knockout 2 actually had. Each of those 8 players got their own shirt. There's a few other players in the room wearing theirs, or who will be wearing theirs. Dry break. Absolute bubkiss off the break for Neil, so Des after winning that frame, straight back to the table. Thank you, Ryan. It's great to have you on. Released from unintentional jail there. Yeah.
That was his own doing. He asked me to do it in the phone.
Oh, okay. Oh, you put yourself in comment jail, did you, Ryan? It's good to see you out. You reckon it might be a Des Wilcox Simon Singleton final? Well, it's certainly the way that Desi Wilcox is playing. I wouldn't put it past him. And he does have the current form. 2 weeks ago, the New Zealand champion. And of course, Simon Singleton, even though he hasn't had the time to put into this format as much this year, he's still a threat everywhere. Very much a possibility there, Ryan. But that will all be revealed in 1 and a bit days' time. Yeah, for any of you watching, then make some predictions. Who do you think's going to be in the final? Who do you think's going to do well? Remember, this is an invitational affair, and that's a bit tricky.
88 more people to get to the Magic Round.
especially if you've got little stubby fingers like Des has got, this is not going to be easy to cue. As a player with sausages for fingers, I can feel your pain, Des, but he's done a brilliant job of not only potting that ball, but making sure he doesn't lose the cue ball. I know it was a reasonably easy shot to control, but so often you don't quite cue it right, lose the cue ball somewhat. I'm going to have to get into this for position. Alternatively, could play for a double. Well, he could have played for a double. Again, those little issues finishing a frame seem to have come back to him. Could very well play this red and bulk here on the left. Could also play a double. Looking at the one that's closest to the black. Could also play a double that way. Where's the cue ball going? Oh dear. Well, I was about to give him some massive raps for the shot that he played, but unfortunately I have to shelve those. Brilliant pot again, but cue ball just did not want to play ball. Top through for the yellow in the bottom left pocket. Didn't really get the action on the cue ball he would have desired, but the shot's still very much on though. Could potentially pop off the rail and hit the 8, or pop off the rail and be on the 8 for the opposite corner pocket to the one he's playing for now. Biggest thing, make sure you pop the ball low. Which he has done, and actually used the red for position. That's brilliant. Could have gone badly, but he cued that quite wonderfully. So 2 games to 1 ahead. That's the first lead he's had in this match. Don't quite pick up what referee Peter Wilson just said. Oh, okay.
We did start a wee bit later.
38, so... Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. So, referee Peter Wilson just... Yeah. So you were just saying for the third set, and possibly for the remainder of this one, that the shot clock will be enforced. Now, I don't know whether that will happen from this frame, but certainly the fourth set. No, I'm looking at the games, the third set. Definitely be getting into that 1.5 hours sort of realm, in which case you will see a 30-second shot clock be put in. Pretty sure the players would have been briefed before the match that this was going to happen. Look at that. Off. That snapped off a mile. Yeah, and this will not be any strangers to Des, because he had a shot that did the same thing to him. The question is, of course, whether it's the nature of the table or whether it's the table not being level. I have every faith that the table is level. I just reckon it's the fact that it's a newish cloth. There's a nice little bump on the yellow there. He's made it straight though, is the only problem. He would have liked an angle, I'd imagine, to see if he can split that yellow that's tied up on the red. The other thing is that that yellow that's near the red might still be on for the middle pocket. I don't know. Maybe the side view will tell you more. Oh, geez, there's that rail struggle again. He's been struggling with the rails in this particular match. He's practicing playing them down the rails before he actually played this match, and it looked like he had a decent handle on it. But since those struggles have resumed, one hallmark of Neil's games, apart from his aggression, is just how good he is at playing the ball to get onto that set. It was a tough shot that he played to unlock the rest of them, but he's just so good at it. He's so good at being able to play that big hard shot to give himself a shot at the rest of them. Ran off as in, you reckon it. Table imperfection, Reg. Adam Lilly, Des Wilcox final would be awesome. That it would be, Hayden. Not on the red that he wanted to be on here. Yes, no. Still in a bit of trouble, but still got his red on, so he'll still have a go. I just wonder if that red out of the red and the yellow might be on. Say the corner, the middle pocket to the left, if it is on. They had a go at the double, and that's not worked out too great for him. A bit of a curious shot, to be honest, that. Obviously it wasn't on anywhere else, or it wasn't readily on anywhere else, so it's kind of that shot. If you get it great. If you don't, at least now it's out. Bonuses are now on Des to finish the frame now that the red is out. Takes the yellow that's next to the red over to the right of your table. He's going to have to be careful of the connection that he gets on the red. Of course, if he leaves himself a cut on that going towards bulk, then he won't need to worry about that. But taking the ball now, that would have been the ball he'd get onto if he left himself a cut on that yellow. So one of these two yellows that furthest from the rail here, I would make a guess and say that he'd be looking for position on one of those two now. He's not got the pot there. And maybe leave the yellow that's over the pocket for the black. Not quite yet, John, so it is two sets apiece, but what happens now is it then goes to your game, so if it ends up being 2 games apiece in that 5th and final set, then you have your black ball shootout. So it's not quite to that point yet, John, but it could very well get there. Hilly White now has taken a 2-1 set lead over Adam Shaw. Just to square us all up again. And yes indeed, so 2 games apiece, 1 set apiece. Dean Garnett also 2-0 ahead over Danny Bowen in terms of sets. I think Peter's now telling Neil about the shot clock being in effect. I don't believe we have a graphic for that. No, how cool it would be if they did, but the referee being there to monitor the game, it's a good thing that you've only got 4 games being played. You've got players to actually, referees can actually concentrate on the one game. I don't think either player will mind that there's a shot clock on here. Not been any slow play to speak of, really. Both of these players have gotten on pretty well with their business. It's a dry break from Neil. There's at least 2 of them that I can remember in this match. That's a lovely starter there for Des. Punch screwy shot. Get out for the second yellow, that was in roughly the same line. And just to answer that question, it was on past the yellow, so good one here to fire back up table. Needs to watch those 2 reds near the black spot though. Get between the right one of those and black. Yeah, just like that. That was the one to avoid. Hasn't managed to do so, so still look at a recovery shot here. Could very well be a double on. Him to play the double, instead lay up safe. And for once Neil can't make the first shot. It's giving him a rap in the previous frame about how good he is at that, and this time unable to do so, so gives Des a big opportunity to close out the set. Those reds that are in bulk close to the yellow in bulk, they're going to be interesting. Des can top this yellow through, then he can end up going past that red on the bulk line. But yeah, that's difficult to do with a small cue ball. In fact, it almost stopped dead on him. So I think that yellow's still on, funnily enough. Put a fair bit of top on this to run around the rails though. Oh, that's ended up working out really well. That touch on the red actually accelerated the cue ball into the rail and opened it up nicely for the angle. I still can't buy a ball down a rail. much the shot you pay just to in or over sort of speed, but unfortunately never really got close to it. So you're looking to mop this up. So be looking at the red on the right rail here, but at the moment no. Might very well use that red on the right rail for the black, since that is the ball that's kind of sitting most adjacent to it, but this particular leave on the red tells me he might play that ball next. There's that lovely snooker killing again. This is the shot right here though. Yes, beautifully cued. Neil was also practicing those shots, and dare I say it, he was playing them a bit better than Des was. This black for the set. Oh, and he can't make it. Has he left Des a shot on the yellow? I don't think he has. But dear oh dear, you would have banked a house on that. Especially when you consider the shots that he played to get to there. Tell you what though, the black is always different gravy compared to the other balls. So Des doing all he can there. This will double. But also I believe that yellow cuts. So you're looking up to go up and down tables. Hold on to your hats, folks. No, never looked likely. Dear oh dear oh dear. I think as soon as he hit it, he knew it too. Put a little too much side on that. It ended up hitting the knuckle. There's a big open pocket for the black if he'd made a good connection on it though. Baden just bringing up a very valid point why he didn't just opt for a snooker behind the black. I was just about to say that, and then Neil set up for that shot that he played and kind of took it away from me.
You didn't see it, John.
Oh, might have done it too. Not surprised that Des used his free shot to open the black up. Probably could have done a little better, but it's okay. Oh, yuck. Oh, yuck. Just trying to sneak past it there, and black stuck out of hand. Yeah, that's what I would have done, John. I think that's what most players in the room would have done. So this for the set. And he could have made this so much easier. This will be a shot and a half if it drops. If it drops, oh.
What he does do it?
Cue ball there with black there.
No, I mean the shot before.
Oh, he tried to sneak past the black, I think for the same pocket, and caught the black. Oh, he used his free shot to move the black off the rail. Oh, Neil can't get the second bite either. But look at where he's left the black.
Just watch the white, hasn't he? He's in the too far.
Double or nothing. Double or nothing. No snookers. And I'd imagine there'd be nowhere to go for a safety either. You could try and put this on the top rail, but I'd imagine he'll go for this. Double, triple perhaps. Will it go? Yes! Maybe not the pocket he was aiming for, but it was certainly the result. So 2 sets to 1 Des Blair. And dare I say it, Neil might feel like he's in a bit of trouble here. Shouldn't be, there's still time to work his way back into the set, but a position like that and you don't finish, then you start to doubt yourself just a little bit. Yeah, I wish I'd seen that, Joan. I can only see this one stream from where I am. Yeah, those two tend to be the weirdest frames as well, is that so often you get that white line fever on the frame when you're on the hill, or you just get the yips or something. Yeah, both of these players have been playing for donkeys and it still happens. So still 2-0 Dean Garnett over Danny Bowen, 2 each now between Adam Shaw and Healy White. So here we go, 4th set. There's 2 break, and I believe that's gone dry as well, so yeah, we'll get first use of the table. And if he's got a shot to split that red up that's tied up, he might take it, but instead no. Over to yellows, because I do believe that yellow will go. Looking at the yellow that's stuck on the red left of centre. Could maybe use this shot to work into that other yellow that's tied up, the one to the right of the black spot. No, he's just going to keep it simple. Got a couple of them that don't go into pockets, so the shot becomes so important, because if he can get a good shot on that yellow that's on the top rail, gotten an okay shot on it, but I think he wanted a better one. Maybe hoping to kick that other yellow closer to the pocket bottom right. Now looking at a double, so still has shots and still playing them. So Neil Wally way very much. This will be a hell of a shot if he can get position. Hit the... Oh, did he leave it on? I don't think he has. That was almost brilliant. It still may go in the top corner though. I think it still goes top corner. Has it got the pace? Yes it does. Oh, look at this for a finish if he gets the black. Oh, difficult cueing and everything. That's absolutely brilliant. What a finish. Very few other people would have been able to do that. But Neil Wally never took a backward step there. That is definitely worthy of a rerun if you can get someone to clip that. It's about, about 2:12 onwards in this particular stream. I'm just going to call it out as a time, just a little time call. Both of these players not shy of a chat. It's great to have them having a wee joke with each other. I mean, this is all serious stuff, but the players know each other well, they respect each other, and It's great to have that human interaction in between frames. Neil Wally to break. It's beautiful how he can get that cue ball on such a straight line off the rack. You see the screw back on the cue ball is pretty much straight back towards that centre diamond on the bulk rail. It's exactly what you're looking for, in fact. If you look to do a screw break like Neil does, you want the cue ball screwing straight back down table, because otherwise if you don't quite hit that apex ball right, then the cue ball could easily screw back into either the corner pocket or the middle pocket on the same side that you were on. Some players opt to try to cue through the ball and try to top through the ball on the break. Probably with a smaller cue ball than the rest of the balls, it is easier to screw off the break though. There's a more natural sort of angle for the ball to follow. Oh, went for the plant and got it. Great shot. I wasn't too sure what he was going to do there. I was just looking at the table wondering whether he might even use an extension to look at the shot, but no. Oh, I think he was trying to get that back for the red that's near the yellow, and he didn't quite hit it right though. The shot was very much there. Oh, and now Neil follows up with an ugly miss. Might have taken away that natural out though. He could have, before that yellow ended up there, Des could have easily just played with a bit of bottom right off this red and gotten that second red out. I just wonder there whether he might be too close to that yellow for that red down the rail to plant. But he's got a bit of time here. He can play a double on this red that's tied up and free it. Maybe even with the same shot he can push that yellow closer to the red, but no, he's gone for the screw back. So we do have a third camera in the room, which you won't see at the moment, but if that match between Shaden McKenzie and Neil and Kerry Wirtz, the game between Adam Shaw and Harry White, if that two sets apiece, if that goes 2 games apiece, then we'll be using the crowd capture camera to have a look at that black ball shootout. So you will get a little bit of bonus pull if that does happen. The focus will be on this frame, this game, but I believe it'll be the top right view. Well, this has been a bit of an ugly frame, to be fair. Both players have had a number of bites at it and haven't really chewed off too much. Even Neil missing the ball down the rail that you'd expect him to get. He was absolute nails on those before. These do happen though sometimes, and it is quite catching. Played that with a bit more confidence than Des, but same result. You do occasionally get frames and otherwise free-flowing matches that just get a bit ugly like this. I mean, it's just part of the game, really. Oh, that would have been brilliant if he was looking for a snooker or something, but that's fugly position. I'm looking to see if this goes in anywhere. Don't think it goes into the corner, but he is playing for a safety just to see if he can get the reds at the other end covered. He's got a number of yellows that he can cover them with, but the red sort of centre of that rail, the bulk rail, is actually viewable. I don't think it was on the rail, not that that really mattered with the shot that Des played. I think Neil can just see the edge of this yellow next to the black. It's almost a brilliant snooker, in fact, from Des. He was just a wee bit off. Now I'll get to see if this red's actually on, the one that's next to the yellow. And yes it was, and yes that was the shot. Now very much on for young and old. I think he would have wanted to leave himself a wee bit straighter than that, but he should be okay. As long as he can avoid running into the black here, he'll be fine. But the first part, that needs to slow down. This is when your white ball becomes paramount, because leave that straighter, you don't have to worry about it so much, but you are queuing off into one or two yellows here, so if you're wanting to use the yellow to help him, then he's called an extension, and rightfully so. Knew he had it up his sleeve. This is definitely the right shot to use it on. Ended up going through the gap, and he's ended up okay with it. Does cut into the middle. Yes, well played. Cue ball is okay. Just looking at it for a moment, thinking it might go into the opposite middle pocket. No. So one game apiece in this fourth set. So I think Shaden might be 2-1 ahead in the... Sorry, no, Kerry's 2-1 ahead in the fifth set of their match. So if Shaden manages to pinch this frame, then we'll have a black ball shoot off.
And it's 1-1 on Healy.
Healy, White and Adam Shaw are tied at 1 in the fifth set. So that's where we're at the moment. Danny Bowen's managed to get the third set against Dean Garnett, so Dean now leads 2-1. Cue ball, just about. Mentioned at length during the Nationals about how devastating it is with this rule set to going off on the break. Neither player has gone in off the break yet, but that was the closest we've seen. So break was successful as well, so Des quickly into his work on the reds. To be honest, either set was fine there. A bit of a muchness really, but the reds were the better option for where the cue ball was, so that's what he went for. quite surprised that he's looking at the red in bulk, because natural angle to come back up table for his remaining 3. It needs to slow down though. See it track into the yellow. I thought for a moment it might end up on top of the yellow, but it's still very much on this red bottom left of your screen. He got a little more of an angle. It's got a little bit more of an angle on this than he would have liked though. So this again is where your cue ball control becomes so important, and that's pretty good. Now, I believe this red will pass the yellow into the middle pocket. I do have a result for you as well. Just wait for a moment. But no, he's gone for the corner, and that's not going to get there. Similar position, corner and middle, but the middle either wasn't on or he wasn't happy with it, so the corner it was, but he didn't cue it hard enough. I would say that's a bit loose from Neil, but he's actually okay there. Good position on with the cue ball there in between the red and the black to open up that angle into the middle. Now down the rail, that made that pocket look rather large, but it's more the speed that he played it at. It's just hard enough to get there. And obviously pockets are a lot bigger if you play pocket weight, which is why it's such a skill to learn in this game. So taking the yellow that's in bulk here, so you can now play the other one into the same pocket, and that was quite important because they weren't on before that. But he made them both on by potting one of them. So this for the corner now, a relatively simple position for the black. He's placed that beautifully. That's a great shot. And now we have 2-1 now in terms of games to nil Wally, so might be 2 sets to 1 down, but he has the upper hand in this particular set. And I'll be back very shortly, since my bladder seems to be betraying me.
Two from the left, two from the right behind the ball clerk.
Oh, what a fantastic place to time to come back. Maybe I have my bladder to thank for this actually.
That stage with the cue ball going anywhere.
So top right of your screen we've got a black ball shootout. Didn't think it would take long for this. So yes, just as Alex described if you were listening.
So there's something there, the cue ball can go anywhere behind the ball clerk.
So yeah, the black ball goes on the black spot and the cue ball goes on the bulk line, I believe. And each player has 5 shots at the black. So the player who pots the most blacks out of those 5 will advance, so they will win. So Simon's just explaining the rules to the players right now because this is a very new format. Haven't actually seen any of this before. Just quickly back to the game that we are focusing on, which is Des Blair Wally. Haven't missed any frames yet. I've missed a good chunk of this one, but Des on the Reds. If you can somehow find a wee window here for position, then. But again, just anything on or near the rail, he's just struggled with it. I believe it's just with the small cue ball. Because the angles, at least the potting angles and the angles at which to hit the ball become so much different with a smaller cue ball when you're playing near a rail. So just making sure that camera is set up perfectly for the black ball shootout. Neil moseying on through this frame. It's a good bit of screw back there and a good angle on the yellow to the bolt pocket.
So players will lag, and the winner of the lag gets to decide whether they go first or second.
So I believe the black does go in either of those 2 pockets on the right of your screen, bottom right and centre right. So just a wee draw, just enough so that he can cut this black in past the red. To determine the first shot at the black, the player's lag, top right of your screen. Neil, however, gee, that's a terrible miss. Really. One of those got a set before that he missed that you wouldn't have expected him to miss. Now all Des has to do is mop these up and put the pressure right on Neil here. Anyway, first shot at the black, Adam Shaw. And oh, he got it.
Just a reminder that flukes are allowed, but if the cue ball does go in off, that does not count.
So Adam Shaw 1 from 1 via the long route, and Des there mopping up that frame as promised. So 2 games apiece now in this 4th set, so all Des needs to do is win this next frame and he wins. So this becomes a massive hinge, this frame. Healy first shot at the black. He might be going the same way, but no, that's not going to drop.
From the right.
So at the moment 1-0 to Adam Shaw, heading into the second shot at the black for each player. A little bit surprised that both players actually missed the black by so much. The first shot they had at it. second shot, Adam Shaw. The cue ball, if it goes in off, will result in an unsuccessful attempt, so you have to control cue ball as well as potting the black. So 2 from 2 there from Adam. So Healy gets his second go at it. Anywhere behind the bulk line, by the way, I've been told, and you have to alternate between left and right pockets, so Healy's second shot successful. So 2-1 Adam Shaw in that respect, heading into the third shot. Kerry Wirtz also defeating Shaden McKenzie 3-2. This will not go up the rail into the pocket, so Adam stays on 2 after 3.
And we'll also just announce the on-cue table, Michael Hayes versus Simon Singleton, just about to get underway.
Des here making quick work of this frame, just whilst this black ball shootout's going on. Oh, look at this, cue ball, yes, it's okay. So Healy White making his third attempt to send it to 2-all. So we will shoot back into the right hand pocket. So the fourth attempt for Adam. This for Des though. Comes out beautifully for the black here. This is for the match, so difference to the player, and he gets it. So Des Blair 3-1 over Neil Wally, so he advances to win a round 2. And Neil Wally will be losing round 1. So we've gotten to the point where this particular black from Adam needs to be made in order for him to stay alive in this shootout. So this is a must make. If he doesn't, Healy wins the match. And no, so Healy White ends up winning the match over Adam Shaw, so he will advance to the winner round 2. Adam Shaw to the loser round 1. So we will get another streaming game on very shortly. That will be Brent Wells versus Baden Jackson.
On to table 4, please. Going to have Stephen Alderson and Des Wilcox.
see the picture of the room there. Camera's just been repositioned. Well, you see half the room anyway. And obviously there are more people in here than just the players. See the live camera as well. Sorry, that live camera just moved into position now. But you see top right, there's still a game going on as well, so I'm just hoping that the spectators in the room respect that. Danny Bowen against Dean Garnett. That game's still very much underway. So Dean currently has a 2-set-to-1 lead over Danny. The rest of the games in the morning session have concluded. Or the first morning session, should I say, have concluded. About 11:35 we are now, and the game's scheduled to start at 11:30, so we're pretty much bang on for time. Baden Jackson there just setting the table up for the lag. There you see KD Singh, top left of your screen, just next to Adam Lilly.
On to table 1, with Baden Jackson versus Frank
KD
Wells.
Singh, of course, will be playing against Adam Lilly very soon. So it's good to have KD here. Many of you will know him better as a snooker player, but then again a lot of these players do play snooker as well as pole. But KD relatively new to this format, but he did manage to get to the semi-finals of the North Island Super League, so obviously he's got some chops in this game. You did right, Reg, as well, and I just did see that comment. We're both champion players, and Des, in some respects, wrong on back the clock there. And people would have remembered him when he was at his very, very best in this particular game. Was sort of mid-90s to sort of mid to late 2000s. But I mean, class never goes away, does it? He's a class act, he's a class player. Very much getting to see some of the best of what Des still has, so it's great to see him in this tournament and great to see him perform as well as he has done. Obviously the circumstances of him being in this tournament, we wish were a little bit better. Him and Steve Alderson as well, Stumpy Alderson, originally not selected in this tournament, but due to Matt Edwards pulling out, that created a space, and then a qualifying tournament was held during the National Super League Championships, and Stumpy ended up winning that, so he won his right to be here. Andy Barnett, I believe was his name, the Australian pro player who was meant to make the trip across the Tasman to play as an invited player in this event, but he, due to personal circumstances, could not make it. So that spot went to Des Blair, and Matt Edwards' spot went to Steve Alderson. So that's how we ended up where we are now with our 16 players. But yeah, there will be, as I said before, there will be some sort of memorial service held before the final to Mulrooney, so hopefully that will be streamed so that we'll get to pay our respects in the right way. We've said enough about that before, but absolute champion player, champion person. Hopefully Maddie's working through it, so to speak. I'm just trying to think of the best words for that, but just working through doing what he needs to do, feeling what he needs to feel. Obviously his son Liam will be wondering what to make of it. Just hope that they get everything that they can ask for in this horrible time. Meanwhile, this tournament continues on. Players just about to lag for the break. The lag hasn't quite happened yet. Hear a bit of sound around the room. In fact, we've got several other matches being played at the moment, but for the moment this is the one that we'll be concentrating on. And this is a replay of the North Island final. The Super League final. Baden Jackson beat Brent Wells in that particular match. I think it was 8 frames to 4. Somebody correct me if that score is wrong. And Baden Jackson, of course, also making it to the final of the National Super League Championships, where he went down 8-6 to Des Wilcox. So, both champion players, both champion men as well. And Baden there getting the speed of the table better, so he wins the lag, he will break. Brent Wells, much like Des Blair, had an absolute golden period in New Zealand poles. Baden goes in off the break there, so best opportunity you could ever ask for Brent. Brent, late 90s through the 2000s, one of the most dominant players in New Zealand pole, and dare I say, it's still one of the most dominant players in New Zealand pole. The massive purple patch at the beginning of this decade, especially with the local area sort of tournaments, he won just about everything there was to win. And getting to the final of the North Islands just shows you that there's still an awful lot of good left in him. He's still just as good a player as he ever was, really. Opening up the reds for the visit. Killing one off there, so there's your set established. Just a reminder to the people who don't know or who want it explained that if you do have a free visit after the break, you cannot use your free visit to establish a set. You must establish your set with your visit, not your free shot. Just moseying on out for the red right of the table. I'm a little surprised he took that one. When he did, I was thinking maybe he'd take the one on the left-hand side of the table instead. But then again, he knows this game better than I do. Both of those reds near the middle pockets would have done nicely for the black. This might be a bit tricky though. On or near the rail, so that's the first thing. And the second thing is negotiating the table, because he's going to have to play this quite softly, I would say. No, he's punched it in with confidence, and he will get a lovely shot on the black out of it, so already showing us what sort of game he wishes to play. goes the black. So first game of the first set to Brent Wells, with a clear off opponent's foul on the break. Again, hammering home the point about keeping the cue ball on the table when you do break, because it's so much easier to do that if you've got a free shot to start with. So great to have this hall available as well in the Kashmir Club. We didn't have it available for the Canterbury singles, because the Canterbury singles was played here, but we were going to have a streaming set up in the hall, but the hall had some flood damage to it, leaking damage to the roof, so we couldn't use it. So as a result we couldn't use the stream. But it's back and it's usable again, so we have pool in here. Brent Wells used to represent this club, in fact. When he was still living in Christchurch, he played for Riccarton, and then after that played for Kashmir, or could be the other way around, sorry. When we played into club here. Cue ball is again in danger of going and off, but this time it stays on. And the break is successful. We've got a yellow off the break, so he will get the choice of sets here. No brainer to go reds for me. Isn't really a yellow on within Koei, so for reds I'd say look to run through this red. Yeah, run through the red, get to the red into the other corner pocket there. I couldn't make the connection, so this is the first meaningful shot that Baden has had in the match. I know it's obviously early in the match, but often to get your first shot you want to get it as early as possible. So what say you, North Island champion? That's not a great place for the yellow. Push the yellow in front of the red. I think he was looking to move it to make that other red on, but he's ended up inadvertently pushing it into the path of the second red of those two. Look to see if he can perhaps flick off that yellow maybe with the red that's close to the cue ball at some stage. Because if he can get a decent portion of that yellow and still pot the red, then he may move it away enough to make that second red on. That's for a later date though. Just focusing on what he's got here before he gets to that end of the table. We could very well play this, for example, to the bottom left to really hook across towards that red and the yellow. But now could be that first shot I was talking about. He's pretty much perfect for it now. If he can play the cannon off the yellow, just like that, just like that, hit a big piece of the yellow and still pop the red. Now the red is very much on, so excellent work around the table to give himself that shot. He had that shot earlier on, but he didn't take it because he wasn't happy with it. Screw out for the black. Should be okay here. Might have to watch his cue and his cue ball, but for a player of Baden's ability, it's not a problem. So 1 game apiece in the first set. It also goes to show you the value of not pulling the trigger too early on a frame-breaking shot like that. So many people would have seen the first time when he had that sort of shot and thought, okay, I'll play it now. But you realise you can actually make the position better than that, and if you've got the balls around the table to do so, then do it. If there was nothing else there to get position the way he did, then maybe yes, you do take the shot then and there. But he was able to work around the table nicely to give himself that better position. He executed quite beautifully, so it's just a wee tip there for you players looking to clear trouble balls. Sometimes you don't have to do it first shot you get. So that was a dry break from Baden. There's that Heafy Billiards shirt that Brent wears more often than not. He's an ambassador for the brand. Plays a bit of snooker as well. He's a very highly rated snooker player as well as a highly rated in this format and in CNZ. Most of these players, as I said before, they play a bit of snooker as well as the CNZ rules. Snooker's quite a helpful sort of game for this actually. Ability to snooker players and know when to go and when to woe, that sort of thing, and the cueing as well required, especially with a small cue ball behaves differently to the same sized cue ball, and the fact that your cueing has to be so on point in snooker, it actually sets you up quite well for this game, in my opinion anyway. Though the table might be a hell of a lot smaller, the precision has to be there in both games. Morning to you, Brad Campbell. And yes, indeed, you watched some of that on Alex's stream, did you, Brad? It's good to know that people are actually watching both streams if available. Alex Stones, by the way, just give him a quick shout out. Inside, New Zealand Pool. He has his own page, he has his own stream on that page for this tournament, so if you wish to watch his, then go on ahead. Isn't it great to see Shaden come up in this game? He was on my radar to watch since he was a 12-year-old. Played with him when he was 12 in a couple of tournaments, and now 5 years on at the age of 17, fully realising that promise. And the fact that he is still only 17, it's scary to think of how much better he can be. He's an absolute weapon. Current Canterbury champion as well, so he's the youngest player to actually win the Canterbury singles. Got to the final in Alan Cowan this year as well. He was beaten in the final by Chris Bowman. He is still alive in this tournament despite losing. That's the beauty of having double life elimination. Still can't get that back away from the red. He's been plugging away at it the past couple of shots. Now of interest is whether that either any of these yellows goes past that red.
Versus Adam Lilly.
Yeah, he's played that beautifully. Could have tried to pot that, but I think he'll be happier that he didn't, because the next shot was quite awkward, and now he's handed that over to Brent. He's made Brent have to think about it. Potential snooker here. Let's use the red to try and make fewer of those yellows on, or even to tie the black up even more. At least he tried to anyway, but didn't quite get it to work. The fact that the black is now away from those reds makes this a lot easier for Braden. He just needs to be careful of this yellow just to the left of the one he's playing, because if he's just off angle then he'll run slightly into it. If he's straight on it though, I see what he tried to do. He was looking to play that second yellow next, the one close to the black. But he tried to play it off the red to preserve that angle and didn't quite get the pace right. Am I getting anybody else to commentate with me? Well, at the moment, no. I would like to have a second person come in. Obviously, it's always better to have a second person to bounce ideas off. Also, it's just a different dynamic having a second person in the booth. But at the moment, I'm running solo. But if anybody who's got any chops wants to come and help me, then they're more than welcome to do so. Yeah, I mean, Neil's one of about 4 people who have been helping Shaden with his game. Barry Appleton is another person who's really given Shaden quite a few tools to help him. Also Peter Agnew, especially in Shaden's first few years playing, gave him a bit of coaching. I think Phil Doig as well, giving him some coaching too, especially the snooker side of the game, as is Neil Wally, because he's a snooker player by trade. And also in that same sphere, Dale Kwok. He would have wanted that yellow a wee bit closer to the 2 over the pocket, but one thing that putting that yellow does there is that it makes it harder for Brent to play for a snooker. I just wonder if Brent's going to try for a skill shot here. Yeah, he had a go at it. He missed it by some distance, that's why he missed the attempted pot on the yellow. I think if there was any time to play the skill shot, it was right then and there. Oh, how's that fallen? There is a cannon yellow to the right off the other yellow. The one that's on the top rail, I don't think you can see it. Oh, he's turning me into a liar. You could see it, okay. Using the red nicely to stop the cue ball as well. I wanted to run past that black, but he's gotten a friendly nudge on it. So just like that, 2-1 Baden Jackson leads in the first set. It's fantastic actually to see, just on your point, Brad, about Neil Wally being his coach, is how many people are happy to step in and help him. It's one thing that young players do often need, is a little bit of, well, not so much a start, but just some guidance when they're young. Shaden's got that in spades. Danny Bowen and Dean Garnett. That match has finished. Dean 3-1 winner over Danny. So Dean versus Healy will be the next streamed match. So that Dean Garnett versus Healy White match I was just touching on, that starts at 2 o'clock, and that one will be streamed. And then at 4:30 will be the winner of the game between Steve Alderson and Des Wilcox, and the winner of the game between KD Singh and Adam Riley. Those guys will face off at 4:30, and that match will be streamed. At the moment, those 4 players are all playing. Just wonder if that red does go. I think Brent was having a look at that on more than one occasion. The second question is, if the answer to the first one is no, does it go into the middle pocket off the yellow? Now, if it does, then that changes things quite drastically. So either this does go, or he can at least put it over the hole. Well, he tried to put it over the hole if he didn't get it, but he's over-cued it, so he's left a gap there for Baden. And he's left Baden quite a good starter here, so Brent will feel like he's in trouble here. And this frame just about managed to make the skill shot too, to make that second yellow easier, but didn't necessarily need it. It's got plenty on here. The yellow he just opened up, he could play it now, or he could play the yellow in bulk to get back to it. Or at the very least to give himself a look at the bottom right quadrant of the table. If you can get to the yellow that's just furthest from the rail of those two, then that would be the ball. And if he's straight enough on that, he can draw back for the one that's on the rail, which he has managed to do. The red coming back's actually made that yellow near the middle pocket a little bit tougher. Shouldn't be too much of a problem though. He's got enough depth in and around that to still be on it. It's got to get nicely across the table though for this middle pocket to the left, and that's, see that miss there, and it didn't look great, did it? But the reason why he played it like that was to get himself nice and straight on that yellow corner middle pocket to the left there, because that was his best way of getting onto the yellow in the right corner pocket. Didn't really want too much angle on that, because then that would have not only spoiled his chance of getting on that second yellow, but onto the black. So Brent there just taking his medicine. Didn't really have much he could have done for position, but realising pretty early that all he had to do was just screw it back slightly and have this cut on the black. Sorry, on the red. Oh, we got right underneath that though. That's another thing with small cue ball. It actually is easier to get right underneath those cuts, because the small cue ball hits the object ball later, so to speak. If it's the same size, it will hit the ball earlier, but because it's smaller, it hits it later. So you have to almost cue it fatter than you think. When you look down at the cut, you're almost having to hit it fat because of the smaller ball. So that's a snooker. Brent getting out of it quite nicely, and Baden giving him some dap as well. Got either of these two yellows down the other end of the table. A little bit of danger that he might leave a cut on that red if he misses this, but shouldn't be too much. Especially if you play it at that sort of weight. That's beautiful. I don't think Baden would have been thinking about that red at all, in fact. Just make sure you make the yellow, because you've got natural everything if you do. Could run through this or screw back. Popped in for the screw. And where he's put that cue ball was near perfect. So Baden Jackson for the first set just needs this black. And yes indeed, so quickly Baden Jackson out to a 1-0 lead over Brent Wells. Simon Singleton also out to a quick 1-0 lead over Michael Hayes.
2-1
And yeah, in the second set as well, Simon Singleton is 2-1 ahead, so pretty much forging ahead with this. So Michael, I believe he's going by the nickname the Coach Hayes. He could be wrong, of course, but that was the nickname that I do remember. And Simon the Postman Singleton. And Baden Jackson the Shot Maker. And Brent Brother Love Wells. Man of many talents is Brent Wells. He's also a fantastic singer too. If you've ever heard him at karaoke, then you'll know. If you know, you know. Oh dear, but all the singing chops in the world couldn't help him there. That's a dreadful start to the set. Baden immediately with a free shot. Taking the red into the yellow to establish yellows there, so I think the yellows were by far the better set and willing to take on that shot to get there. It wasn't necessarily a hard shot though. Of interest will be how he manipulates those two balls around the middle pocket, and then how he manages those two balls bottom right of his screen, because one of those to get onto the black, it's all going to be dependent on how he sets himself up for those. It's it in pocket weight, so I think he'll end up finishing below this, the left yellow of the two, somewhere similar to where this yellow is now, the one that he's playing. As long as he's not ended up straight on this, he's got an angle to just come across and miss that red and end up pretty much where he's pointing to. Now, if he's straight, he can screw it back. Has he given himself a shot on the blacket? Even just having a look at it, looks like he's okay. Oh, we've tried to play a little bit of a swerve side shot and he's ended up missing it, so no, it wasn't immediately on. The speed at which he got down to play it suggested to me it was on, but he obviously feels like he's more suited to the swerve shot than other players. Oh dear. Yeah, he was looking to hit that fatter than that and run through for the snooker, but got it horribly wrong. So Baden accepts the easy gift and the first game of the second set. So 1 set to 0, 1 game to 0, Baden Jackson leads. Des Wilcox also 1-0 up over Stephen Alderson. So Baden hit a break. Oh, and off the break again, would you believe? Places the cue ball fury as well. It's even worse when you win that last frame. You get to break the next one and you've just given your opponent a golden chance to get one each. So no set established on the free shot. Has made the yellows more attractive though. The yellows are on, the reds are on. The plant becomes quite an attractive shot here. Yeah, bottom of those 2 yellows into the one over the hole. So now that opens the yellows up even more. If he's got a shot on that yellow closest to the pocket bottom right, this will be good. He did, and he did, so now the attention will focus towards the yellow bottom left of his screen, just to continue this run of easy balls. If he can pot this, if he can see it first of all, well, no, he couldn't, so that's why he played off the rail, but he's missed it. So recovery shot's not quite going as planned for either player. They're leaving themselves out of position a few times now, and Baden with the attempted swerve and then Brent with the attempted rail first shot, neither of them making the connection. You do get to a point in these games where those shots become so crucial when you, especially if your opponent leaves you snookered or partially snookered, and you need to come up with a big shot like that. Neither player has actually managed to do that so far in this match, but it is quite early. Those of you with keen ears will hear Metamai Galvin Fiesel is in the room. Oh, great double. Fantastic double from Baden. That's a great resetter as well, because look at the position he's left himself in. He's got the choice of reds here, either the one in bulk or the one down the right rail. The one in bulk would usually be the better option of the two, but I'm just wondering if fancies himself to get back onto this red. He's still trying to make his mind up. He settled on the one in bulk. That's a wee bit straight, but the amount of Q power this man has, if he can slot this with a whole bunch of top, then he should be able to run down the rail for the black in the middle here. Well, you could see the Q power there. I think he had too much of it. If that red had fallen, he would have ended up going past it. Going for the snooker and to a certain extent getting it. I venture to say Baden can see the right hand edge of the red closest to him, closest to us, should I say. If the rail just about managing to kick that second red into the pocket, but I think it was the cue ball he was more interested in. He wanted the cue ball on that top rail there to make it as hard as he could for Brent. A bit easier this, but that position isn't flash. There is a double or a long shot here. If you double the... Oh no, he's going to go for a safety. About to say he needs to make sure he makes a rail after contact, which he has done, but he couldn't quite get the snooker, so I think David can see both of these balls. The one on the left is the better one out of the two of them. No, can't make it fall. Crossing over to see if the yellow passes it. I don't think it does, so at the very least he's managed that. Looking at this yellow that's closest to him, I'd imagine he would be playing a shot on it now. He'd be looking for either a plant or play this down the rail. Well, the other idea would have been the snooker, or at least to snooker him on the easy ball, but he's left Baden on both of them here. And take the one that's near the pocket and hope you can get a decent one into the middle, which appears that he has done. It would have been better if he'd been closer to the long rail, but do everything he can to make this work. Black doesn't pass the yellow into the corner pocket bottom left, so he's going to have to put a little something on this. Could be looking for the big screw back here. He's stood up again. This is the second time he stood up on this shot. Not 100% committed to it just yet. Could also run through this if he's got any sort of angle. But in the end decided to try and just stun it and take his medicine, and he's missed it. So he'll be most disappointed with that. Could have gone for the big... Oh, yuck. That's ended up horrible for Brent. Black's reached a hand out and gotten in the way. rail. Wanted that yellow we hit to go further towards the white. If he managed to get it further towards the white, then he would have had quite a nice handy snooker. But this is long and potable for Baden. And then he's nowhere near it. I just wonder whether he was deliberately playing that to only leave the plant. The yellow closest to the pocket is on though. So if he was playing for the plant, he didn't quite get it right. Now, again, Brent's positioning is poor. Not 100% sure whether this doubles past the black. It certainly does triple though. There is a chance for a safety. He's going for the double and he's not far away. Just flipped the 8 on the way past and it spoiled it. Trying to play that as slow as he could and winks it in beautifully. So this for a 2-0 lead in the second set, and down it goes. Baden Jackson very much in the ascendancy here. Brent Wells would have absolutely loved that frame because he hasn't really had a look in the match so far. That would have been the frame to do it on. Alas, life goes on.
What just happened
2-0 to Baden games. So Brent broke with a 2-0 deficit in this set. Really needs to get something to happen, and right now that's a fantastic break to start us off with. Cue ball being on the bottom rail doesn't exactly help him, but if he's got an easy ball on from here, which could very well be that yellow over the pocket, then that's as good as anything. He's even looking at the red. Yeah, I thought he might do that. Sometimes you've got to risk it for the biscuit. Red's the better set of the two, so it's worth taking that little bit of risk to be on the better set. Needs to be careful how he hits the yellow here. Oh, better off would have been to watch the cue ball. Hit the yellow the way he wanted to, but the cue balls ended up right behind the second yellow of the two. So he's hit the red, so ends up getting out of the snooker by the look of it. Couldn't actually see what was happening for a moment there. Baden looking at the yellow down the rail here, which would certainly give him a good shot at a finish if he gets it, but perhaps not the best shot to play under the circumstances. So that shores up that pocket, which is so handy in black balls. If you can get balls over pockets, it is such a big potential game changer. But the triple in behind the two is a perfecto. So all the best laid plans counted for naught on that occasion. Got a choice of reds here. Take the one to the left or the one to the right. Oh dear. Just can't make it happen at the moment, can he? Probably the one to the left was the better shot of the two. Just because the position was more natural on it. It was arguably a harder shot. But I do believe the position was better. And his position's what he's been struggling with this match. He's potted some really good balls, but then he's left himself in the toe on a number of occasions, and that, more than anything, I believe, is why he's down the way he is. And not being able to recover from there probably would have been nice in Baden's case if he could have caught a safety there, but you can't in this game. Can just thin this and make a rail for a snooker though. I'd say that would be a shot, because as long as the two balls are far enough away from each other to avoid the in-off, then yeah. Tried to get the snooker instead behind the yellow sort of in the middle of the table there, but he couldn't quite cue it right. Tried to pot that pocket weight because he needed to hold the cue ball for position and couldn't do it. Now does this pass down the rail? It'd be interesting to see if it does, then does Baden take it on? Knowing that if he misses, he pretty much hands the frame over to Brent. Alternatively, there's a few snooker options here, but bit more difficult with the reds either side of the table. Put the first one, and now perhaps a chance at a finish, or at least to take a pocket here. Take the pocket bottom left of his screen here, then imagine that's what he'll be looking to do here. Either of these two yellows, the one in the middle of the table, if it passes, or the yellow bottom left of your screen, to take that pocket bottom left of your screen. That'll be the way that he goes, I'll bet. No, full send. Now it's where it becomes important that you don't leave a shot on for the red over the pocket to the right. That's the ball you absolutely do not want to leave a shot on. See Baden there looking for where he wants to leave the cue ball here, so I'm guessing he's not going to pot this. That's worked out really nicely. That red to the right won't go. The red to the left may very well go, but that's quite a difficult shot. Brent, for his end, if he can leave the cue ball on the top rail, which is where it's roughly going, then Baden, I don't think, has a cut on any of these. So Brent will be happier that that didn't go. So for me, he's played a really good shot. Now Baden's saying, just making sure that he knows that this ball touches the rail or not. Oh, that's ended up rolling off though. He was wanting to hit that sort of half ball and get a snooker behind that and behind the black, but it's rolled off and thinned the yellow instead, and now he's got to shot on the red to the right. So now the issue with position. Had problems with it all game. Can he pick the hole here for the black? No, he's ended up short. Trying to put the black in the middle pocket, I think, or the corner to the top left if it was on. This may still go in the middle pocket though. But unfortunately not with the nap on this table. It's just... shot's just not viable with that. They're going to be looking for a snooker, no doubt. Ideally want to get that yellow off the rail, which he has done. Oh, look at the shot, it's brilliant! That's a wonderful shot from Brent Wells, and didn't he need it or what? So Baden left him just enough to get underneath that for that shot to be possible, but the rest of it was all up to Brother Love, and don't we love it? Drunk, thirsty. Daryl, get me a drink, baby.
Daryl,
Oh. Yeah, just like we saw with Neil Wally before, it was an absolutely amazing shot. And the break is good from Baden. Not only is it a good break, but it's also a successful break. We've seen a few dry breaks in this match, but this one all but. We snap off into the yellow. We wanted it to stop a little sooner than that though. Looking at it now to see if it still goes in the middle. Doesn't look like it will though. He just always has, Ant Bully. He's always played with sunglasses on his head, and so if something becomes ingrained like that, then you just go with it. There's no rule against wearing sunglasses on your head in otherwise dress code tournaments. Some tournaments won't allow you to wear a hat though while you're playing, but sunglasses on your head are still allowed. I didn't actually quite see what happened there. I do notice that the yellow that was tied up, the one that he tried to promote over the middle, is now out more, but seems like we're in off in doing so. Just got distracted for a moment by my phone there, but that is a free shot, isn't the best from Brent there. He's still left those two reds in a bit of a tough situation. he was there going for a snooker, and whilst he didn't get a snooker, he did at least make a red more on, so he's got the red to the black side of the table there. The side of the middle pocket, black spot side of the table, to perhaps help him. Aiden going, well, looking for the snooker behind that second yellow of the two, not quite getting it. Just needed to slow down slightly to get there. Did Brent get a snooker there? I think he has done, so Aiden's got one to play out of here. Aiden might be trying to just hit the jaw here and maybe... Oh, he tried it. Yeah, I thought he was going to try and hit the jaw and see if he could cut the yellow into the middle using the jaw. See the yellow into the middle pocket right of his screen there. The shot was on, and you could see the way that he was shadow killing it. If it falls on the table, and then it's fine as long as it doesn't disturb anything. If it falls off his head onto the table and hits a ball, then it's a foul. But otherwise it's okay. Just get a draw here. You want to get past the centre line in the middle of the table. He hasn't quite done that. But this is still an easy enough shot. Done across for the red to the bottom left of your table, because this one's quite nice to just screw out for the black for. You see him giving it a bit more of a punch than normal because of his issues with his position. He's had to be a little bit more positive in the way he cues the ball, and certainly helped him there. So Brentwell's 2 games each in the second set. Just needs this frame and he will level us up on sets. Just need a drink. Just gonna get a drink, folks. Be back in a few minutes. Right, so I missed Baden taking that set out. Like a break and clear, or at least a clear of some sort. Baden straight back onto it on the yellows. I just badly needed something to drink. I was starting to feel very dry in the throat. Oh, he's not moved the yellow he wanted to. I'm picking it was the yellow on the right rail that he really wanted moved, and still there. It will still double. Not going to be looking at it right now. He'll most likely pay to get to it later. The yellow towards the black end of the table, I think he was trying to get onto it again there and still couldn't quite, but third time could be a charm, or he could play for a double now. But yeah, the yellow at the black spot end of the table should be a worry, because it goes into a number of other pockets. The most obvious pocket is of course bottom left that you can see, but the red's paid to that. Double to get out of the strife. Position's not great here though. This is quite a fine cart. Oh, drop, come on. Unlucky. Thought gravity would do its thing there, but someone turned the switch off. Des Wilcox, by the way, is 2-0 up over Stephen Alderson. Just to give you a few other scores. Adam Lilly 1-0 up over KD Singh. And Simon Singleton has already finished his match against Mike Hayes. He's a 3-0 winner. Oh, bonanza! 2 for 1, but dare I say, he's probably wishing the second ball didn't drop. Thank you very much, Grant. Great to have you on. Hey, Watty, could you do me a favour? When this goes off, can you please go and get my food for me?
Absolutely. What does everyone think about that?
I would say that'd be... Go, Watty, go.
So how are people enjoying the sets as opposed to long races? You getting some comments through on that?
Not yet actually. I'll just put a question to those watching. What's your thought, or what are your thoughts on the format in terms of it being a race to 3 sets rather than a race to X number of frames?
Yeah, it'd just be interesting to get people's feedback. I think it's nice to have something slightly different as well.
Yeah, I like it, eh? I like the different way of doing it. Oh dear. Players have been having issues with that shot all day. Des Blair in the first game, you see him try to play shots like that and he'd be missing by some distance, and now Brent Wells as well. It's a bad miss from Baden though. He'll be pretty annoyed at himself as he walks away that he hasn't made that. He has to dial diagonal here. Shouldn't need to worry too much about position on the black, that's pretty natural. He's going to have, say, a similar sort of shot on the black anyway. tried to improve it, and that's just gone horribly, horribly wrong. A lot of people say that he should have just taken his medicine and made sure of the pot, but I would say that the players know their own mind better than we do. Yeah, it does, Steve, and you still have to win at least 9 frames to win a match as well, so obviously breaking them up into sets rather than games, breaking them up into sets where you have to win 3 games to win a set, as opposed to making it a straight race to 9, it allows for more twists and turns as well, isn't it? Because you could win one set handily, your opponent hardly ever gets to the table, but then the next set could be a real slugfest and you lose 3-2, but regardless, the score is the same, so it's all about making sure you ice it at the back end of each set. Well, I mean, I hope that we do get more tournaments played with this format, because I think it's definitely got legs. Nothing off the break, so it would have been fantastic after losing the frame to break and then be into it to immediately square yourself up, but Baden, if he can get his bearings right here, will be 1 frame away from winning this match. Shot to start with from Baden. You did right, Steve, as well. I'm not a fast starter myself. You take a while to bed yourself in, don't you? You take a while to understand how the table plays, how your opponent's playing. And while you're doing that, often your opponent's taking advantage of that, and they can easily get a couple of frames ahead quickly. But it's not so much of a burden in this format, because you know you still need to do the same thing over a few more sets. I don't think any of this matters to Baden, though. I'd say he'd just be... he's just happy to play. You know how Baden operates, he just loves the game. But because he's such a good pressure player, or a good player under the heat, the pressure of a different playing scenario won't bother him. So now chief amongst problems, the yellow that's in bulk. The one that's tied up in bulk here. Has that gone too far? Because if it has gone too far, then that won't cut down the rail anymore. And I think the way he's walking around suggests to me that this is not on. Could be a Nelson thing, Gina. We won't hold it against you. Yeah, no, he didn't get enough swerve on that at all, did he? Yeah, he's very feral with himself too. He often is when he misses, but especially when, as I suspect, he's left himself on that hard yellow. I reckon he actually had a shot on that too, and if he'd dropped the one he was playing, then that was his out, so to speak. Because where it was there was no finish, but then there was. That's why he wanted that position on that ball down the rail so much, because that set him up to get the cue ball in between the reds to have a shot at the yellow. Yeah, was first of all annoyed that he didn't get pos on it, and then he was annoyed that he didn't still pot it. So, that's a bit wild. The fact that it blocks that red shouldn't be a problem, because Brent should be able to move this red with this shot, and he's actually played that very, very well. Didn't hit it too hard, just hard enough to clear the yellow. And now back onto it. I don't think the red that's in the D is on, so, but that's okay. Yeah, so it was that red that he bumped to make on. Bottom of these two reds does go. At least I'm pretty sure it does. Brent not hanging around. So I'm guessing from here that the red and bulk will be last for the black, because just where the black is. Thank you. He's got the choice. You see he's off angle on both balls, so he's actually got the opportunity now to play the natural angle from the ball and bulk to come back up table for this last red next to where his queuing, his bridging hand is. You see him take the second rail, and I think that was to try to hold for the line. He didn't want it to be offline too much, or he didn't want the cue ball to scoot off down table too much. That's about as confident a pot as I've seen all game from him, and that is a fitting end. So well done, Brent Wells, you needed that, you got it. One game apiece here in the third frame. Sorry, third set, as Baden Jackson has a 2-0 lead. Just another wee thing, Gina, if you are on Q Score, the scores that you see are the set scores. They're not the game scores, they're the set scores. So this is 2-0 to Baden Jackson at the moment, for example, but it doesn't take into consideration the game score as well, which is 1 each. So Des Wilcox currently 2-0 up over Stephen Alderson. And Adam Lilly still 1-0 up over KD Singh, and Baden Jackson 2-0 up, as you can see, over Brent Wells. Those are the games currently in progress. KD Singh, the Tiger as he's nicknamed, and Adam Lilly is Lightning Lilly. Stephen Stumpy Alderson. Oh, get out of there. Get away from the jaw. If this is off the jaw, it's okay. If it's on the jaw, then he won't be able to see this yellow, but it looks like it's off the jaw. Oh, couldn't make the pot though. Look at this for Baden. How did he miss such a big pocket? That pocket with the yellow next to it was huge. But somehow it's managed to miss both the yellow and jaw tight enough to miss. Sometimes that does happen as well. You get, I'm not saying that he did, but sometimes you get touch complacent with those. Because you pretty much, it's in before you've hit it. It's one of those situations. The pocket's so big, you can actually miss what would have been the pot by such a big distance and still make the pot. Fair shot with the jigger there. Daniel Cole just going over to assess. Does play jigger shots with his right hand, by the way. So you see him cueing left-handed there, but when he plays a jigger shot, he actually cues it right-handed. I just wonder whether he's left any yellow on here. There is a cut on one of them. It's the one that's closest to the centre line of the table. The latitudinal centre line of the table is on. He's actually done a brilliant job there though. What a pot and what great position. Try to squidge off the red there just as shown for position. You run full ball into a ball near a rail, you can essentially use it as a break. Natural as you like angle for the black. But it needs to get up though. Geez, he's under-cued that by some distance. It'll still cut, but this is not as easy as a shot as he would have been wanting. He's played it so well though, what a shot. Never looked like missing, the only thing that it needed was to ensure was that it had the weight. It certainly had that, so Brentwell's 2-1 ahead in the third set. I believe we have another result, or changing of results. Des Wilcox 3-0 winner over Stumpy Alderson. Adam Lilly now 2-0 up over KD Singh. So those are your changes in the results so far. Just 2 games to go in this afternoon set. Next game scheduled for 2 o'clock. So at the moment it's 1 o'clock pretty much on the nose, so players are making really good time at this point. So much more pool that could be played in both of the games going on, in fact. But you do have a player that's on 2-0. Brent looking to change that right here and now. If he wins this frame, he wins the set and gets himself onto the board in terms of sets. And that's a fantastic break. He's got a number of balls to choose from here. Yellow top left or red top right would be choice amongst those. Looks to be reds. Indeed, reds are on, and if he's left that one into the middle open, or on should I say, then that would be a massive key for him. Because he can take that one and then the red next to it. Well, he's ended up not being on the red next to it so much. He could swap and come down to the black end of the table here. But you see with this red that he was looking at, the one, he really needed to get a bit straighter on it because that would have given him a better shot at the one in bulk. So the one in bulk becomes a bit trickier to get onto now because he's not in position for the ball to naturally be on it. He's come off the rail enough, that won't be an issue, and it certainly looks like he has. Just now needs to watch the cue ball path because there's every chance he's going to run into the red just in the D there. Sorry, the yellow in the D there. He tried to go around all of them and he's found grief on the one to the left of that. This ball will go down the rail though. You can't make the connection. So table back over to Baden, and I wonder if we'll be looking at a double here on this yellow. It'd be a decent time to play it, in fact. It's still a few safety options around, but if he can make this double, then the rest of the yellows are well and truly open. Triple, in fact, behind the red. What a shot. Didn't even touch the red, that's how well he hit it. So a bit of stun type shot to... more so to avoid the pocket, that I'd say, than anything, because if you just play that slowly and try to get positions similar to this, there's a chance it could slide into the pocket, so punch it and take that guesswork out. We're going left first and then could be sort of right left here. There's a military style clearance, as I like to call it. So right left, so that you're always playing towards the other side of the table, and that you're able to easily zigzag between balls that way. And also it means you don't have to move the cue ball so much. Down goes the black, so 2 games apiece now, so if Baden wins this next frame, then he wins the match. This frame for Brent, however, will continue the match and it will be 2 sets to 1. I did see you there, by the way, Richie, and good morning / afternoon to you too. Players just taking a break. Adam Mully still 2-0 up over Katie Sim. So in terms of sets, nothing's changed there. This is an absolutely massive frame. Potential game determining frame this. If Baden gets it, he wins. But Brent, if he wins this, can continue on with the match. That's what's up for grabs. Couldn't seal the deal in that previous frame to win the set and be 2-1, but can do it here, except he's going to have to do it against the break. Baden, typically one of the better breakers in this particular format. He's got the white ball moving nicely, and what a terrific break that is. The black off the break though means that he has to do it all over again. Would you believe it? I just clocked onto it now. The black off the break, by the way, in these rules is an instant re-rack with the same player breaking, so he doesn't lose his right to break, but that was looking absolute gold before the black went in. And this time he goes in off the break, so goes from being brilliant to being, well, awful. So Brent will get a free shot at this, and boy does he need one. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes the takes the red over that pocket there as his free shot. Now he's not going to though, which is quite curious. He's going to play that yellow out, make it on. Obviously he can move that red just like that. So you didn't need to do it. I mean, so many people, especially if you played these rules long enough, immediately look to take that red as a free shot, knowing that you're not on reds if you pot it. So, but he didn't have to, because he still had a shot where he could move it out of the way, and he had a shot where he could move a yellow safe on the free shot. So now we'll see how many of those benefits he reaps now. Have to be careful where this black goes now if he does play the yellow to the right of it, because he will bump the black somewhere near where that red is. But he has played it extremely well. He's managed to screw to miss every ball and then still be on the yellow, the opposite side of the black. So he'll be taking the yellow that's not next to the black spot now. The yellow that is on the black spot, near the black spot, it doesn't look like it will pass either the black or the red, so you'll have to find probably the middle pocket for that. Oh, he didn't want to hit that. He absolutely did not want to hit the yellow. That's yuck. I think he just tried to miss it and put it in the same side corner, middle pocket. He's going to have a kick at this. I don't think he's full ball snookered either, so he's going to have to make a rail too. That was so close. But you know how often things can be so close and so far away? That could be the A and 1. Now, what's Baden got here is a number of balls in bulk there. He's got two of them that are tied up, and in fact he's not even looking at them. He's going to play a snooker here. Trap it in nicely behind the red, but the other thing that he's done is he's put the black in the way too for the easy one cushion escape. Brent very nearly made the pot though. And the third thing he did with the red that he played is he ended up putting it in front of the black, so on 3 different counts that was such a good safety shot. It's not always getting the snooker that counts, it's being able to manoeuvre the balls that you hit into good places as well, just to strengthen the safety. So you're not going to pull the trigger just yet. Got to go behind these 2 reds for a snooker. And our third time lucky maybe for... Third time lucky for Brent. No, it's spread too much. So it's a foul, and Baden will have ball in hand behind the headstring. And no doubt the first order of business is to clear those two difficult reds. Doesn't matter that he didn't pot it because he's still got a shot. I think the most important thing is that he got the position that he wanted on the second shot. It's a wee bit light off the rail there. Wanted that to sort of sit in the D, so they could naturally coast over for the other red that's in bulk. Might have to reroute here. So he's looking back up table here for yet another snooker, and he's played that really well. So again, it's given Brent a shot, but it's having to get out of the snooker again. Very nearly kicked it in again. He's going to get one eventually, Baden. He's got to be careful you don't leave him too many of those shots. There's a slight issue with the second camera at the moment, which Paul is working hard on. Well, we got it back, but
Yeah, because people stand on the court
there we go. And turn out of bulk was a cue ball. Perfect for that tough red, actually. One that's blocking the 8 from going, and I wonder if you'll take this now, because you've got to be thinking the finish is on here. The thing's going to be, though, is the red that's the other side of the black. The black actually blocks that ball, so I think you'll be looking to get on that ball from this one. Top this one through and leave himself a wee angle on that ball as shown. And land about where his hand went. About where his hand was, that's pretty much bang on. Needs to follow this enough to make this last pot relatively straight. Makes it. He's had to lean on it slightly, but down it went. So 2 balls now separating Baden Jackson from winners round 2.
probably just straight
In fact, it wasn't straight enough to just hold, so he's taken advantage of the angle to go up back down table. So this is for the win. And he's missed it. How has he missed it? I don't quite know. I don't quite know what he was doing with his hand there. Is it suggesting something had happened with maybe the cue ball might have caught something, but no matter which way you lean, that's very unexpected. That's not a bad safety shot from Brent either. Baden to play one of his own here and just brushing the table where the cue ball's going to track over. That's actually really good. Pretty much touching the rail. He didn't get a snooker, which some people would have asked why didn't he play for the snooker. Well, if he played for the snooker and got it wrong, it would have been an easier shot for Brent. I think he might have blocked the double here. If he's blocked the double here, has he blocked the triple though? So that's what he's looking at. Maybe he's even looking at a quadruple here. So any sort of shot like this where he can miss the yellow, he'll take it on. It doesn't cut into the corner bottom right, at least not that I can see. Two, three, does it have the legs? Oh, very nearly. You could see it from a mile off. It was very nearly brilliant. This shot to stay in the match must make this. How confident is he feeling? I just wonder whether he was pointing there because that's where he wanted the cue ball to be. You see, he's just surveying the bulk end of the table there for where he can leave the cue ball so that Baden doesn't have a straight shot on the black. Kerry 1-3-2, Nathan. Yeah, he's gone for the safety. Oh, great weight. Pretty much right on the rail. Baden, if you want it, you might have to come off the top rail here. Yeah, just as everyone said, Nathan. Surely it'd be worth a go, wouldn't it? Top rail, cut it in. Now he's going to try and play off the jaw by the look of it. And I think he tried to play off the jaw for a snooker or to leave the cue ball on this top rail. He didn't quite get it right. This surely will be full send. Shot. Great shot. Now he just needs one more to keep himself in the match. Yeah, yes indeed. The wave of the cue will tell you. So 2-1. Baden Jackson still in the lead, but still in the match, would you believe? He had the black to win it, lost it. Bit of a chase around, and Brent in the end got the opportunity that he was wanting and put paid to it. No, this is the 1 7/8 white, Nathan. Because the colours are all 2 inches in diameter, but the cue ball's 1 7/8. So the players now being told by the referee, Peter Wilson, that there will be a shot clock in a shot clock in play now. How many frames in a set? It's a race to 3 frames, Jay Scott. And it's a race to 3 sets. So you could, in theory, win more frames than your opponent and still lose the match. I'm guessing that'll be the same for a lot of people though, Nathan. If they're tuning in from work, they'd probably rather be watching this than working. You know, I've got the day off work today to do this. Comes off 2 rails here, which is interesting. A lot of players would have only played 1 rail, but the second rail helps you with your queuing. Good little screw back there. Now we can either play this one that's in bolt to the right for the one in bolt to the left, and then play the one next to the black last. Yeah, that's true, Carl, and that's a real possibility now. Comes out nicely for the yellow, and dare I say it, that little bump on the red helped. A little stun screw off the rail, and pretty much perfect for the black here. First game, the 4th set belongs to Brent Wells. This now starts to change the game significantly, especially if you can get this frame, then the pressure is well and truly back on Baden. Had everything pretty much all his way until that last frame of the previous set. Now going to have to battle for it. It is his break, so we'll immediately have a chance to fix that right now. By the look of it, nothing off the break, so Brent first to the table. Looking around this table, there's not a hell of a lot of good balls to take. The cue ball position is not exactly conducive to a good first shot. Oh, look at this for a starter though. Shot Brent Wells. Now look who's getting his confidence. Can pop this to leave himself on the yellow closest to the pocket and bulk there, or even the other one with the position he's in now. Needs to ensure he gets a big enough piece of the second yellow to push it closer to the pocket though. In fact, he's gone for the thin cut and position's just ended up ugly. A wee bit surprised he decided to go that way, because going the other way looked more natural. At least he could have gotten a good nudge on the second yellow and made it on. So he gets out of the snooker that he put himself in. Keeps that red safe as well. See the red on the bottom right corner of his screen is about the only one that is genuinely any problem for Baden. Puts in a little safety shot there. This might actually force Brent to play that red that's keeping that yellow in check. Sorry, the other way around. If you can play any other yellow, I'm betting you will. I don't mind that though, he went for the double, he's ended up leaving a different red safe. Looking at the table now, the reds actually look a lot uglier than I saw before. Looks like there's a cut on the red on here though, the one just outside of bulk, or centre of the table. Not the way that he's looking. Just to absolutely pound that into the corner pocket. Now we'll see how much of that temperament comes in. To stay cool here and stay determined. It's that same steely determination that helped get him to the final of the Super League Nationals. Oh, that's a great cut. So follow-up was quite magnificent, and now if we can put a couple more, get that red out. Or even maybe get it out now as he has done. He's kind of moved it and left Brent snookered on that easy yellow. Having to take one of the tough ones here. Just screw back into bulk and make the shot harder for Baden, so gonna have to play that red that he's just played before and pot it or leave it over the hole as he has done to block those two yellows off. It looks like the second of those two yellows actually cuts into the corner bag. Which it does, and he's on the second one, so great shot. Black's not an issue here, it's just going to be potting the balls to get to it. He's fallen at the first real hurdle there. Still some work to do on reds though. Don't think he wanted that second ball in either. Yeah, he would have definitely done well to have not potted the second one. Baiting there, so not touching the red. So we can play in the same general direction as it. Oh dear. Well, that's taken a poor situation and made it pretty much untenable. This would have to go in hand and bulk, surely. Play the yellow that's in the D and then the one near the pocket and leave yourself nicely on the black. Doesn't really need to do too much to this, he just needs to ensure that he doesn't pop off the rail too far. Now he needs to get his angle right for the connection on the red. But no, he's hit the rail a mile before he should have done. And he's ended up missing it by some distance. This is a let off and a half for Baden. Oh, that's a fantastic first shot from Baden. He wanted to get himself on the red and bulk, and he has done so. Just pop the ball, take the rail. Fairly simple this on the black, just put one good stroke on it, and he does. So one game apiece in the fourth set. Baden Jackson still holds a 2-1 lead in that respect. Just crossing over to our other matches, Adam Lilly still 2-0 up over Katie Singh. That's the only other game that I've got so far for scores. Just again, whilst I'm able to shout out the wonderful sponsors who put the time and effort and money in to help us run this tournament. Thank you to all of you as always. Heads Are Us, Prime Environmental, Queenstown Furniture Gallery, the Hanger Company New Zealand Limited, On Cue and Need a Car, and also New Zealand Pool Promotions for this brilliant tournament being pieced together. So these sort of things don't happen if you don't have sponsors and people running this where they should be. Two of the people in the New Zealand Pool Promotions team are actually playing in this tournament as well, that being Adam Shaw and Michael Hayes. Both of them lost their first round matches, so they will be playing in loser round 1. 2 o'clock and 4:30, those games are scheduled to be played. Just a quick break while players get themselves ready. Brent Wells just about to kick us off here in the third game of this 4th frame. Let a monster opportunity slip to go 2-0 up. Now he needs to bury that right here and now. Has he got a shot on any of these balls? Possibly the red into the middle. He's got a break as that was. The cue balls ended up quite ugly there, so makes it somewhat more difficult. And yes, it is. It's the red to start us off with, as you could probably imagine. So this to go down the rail, if he leaves himself as straight as he can on the red and bulk, then that would be good to hold there for the red that's closer to the black spot of the two that are tied up, because that one looks like it will go into the middle pocket. Come out instead for the other two and miss the pot. A number of tricky balls here. There might even be a skill shot on here. Oh, he missed it though. He got the pot he was after, but missed the red, which would have been absolute scenes if he'd made it. Oh, nearly a double is brilliant to get himself back on the train. But now he's going to have to take a seat once again and hope for some sort of mistake from Brent here. Well played that. Maybe be a little disappointed that that second red is not further off the rail, but can quite easily get onto it from here. Let's do a bit of pocket cheating, clip this in, run the white the opposite side of the red, and then you can work on your other two. He's absolutely given that sum with the jigger. He's certainly not afraid of playing with the jigger. It's actually a hallmark of his game is his jigger play. Amongst obviously his ability to make shots and play under pressure, is just his jigger play is outstanding. He rolls a winner there. That could not have been placed any better. So cue ball back to about the same place. That'll do. Making quick work of this frame is exactly what he needs. Is just a big shot in the arm. And that helps to provide it. So Brent Wells now 2-1 ahead in this set. He's certainly played with a lot more get up and go in this one. So I want to take the time to acknowledge the referees. You've got 2 official referees in this tournament. You've got Peter Wilson at this table and Daniel Cole as well. Both of them fully qualified referees now. Pete's been reffing for quite a long time, and Daniel's only just earned his full referee certification. Excellent to have both of those guys in on the action, because the tournament's always got a bit of air to it when you've got referees there. So bait him quickly to work on the reds here. If you can just clip off this red perhaps, just like that, that's execution beautiful, but look at where the yellow's gone. Yeah, that's why he dropped the butt of his cue on the ground. And you always know that there's a bit of risk attached, but you never expect it to get in the way. And that's pushed the other red safe. He'll be fuming at that. I'm just wondering where his lovely wife Tara is, why she's not actually popped her head up yet. Waiting for her to give Baden a tune-up whenever he makes a mistake. Accomplished cueist in her own right. Won the Taradale Open pairs with Agnes Kumura 2 weeks ago. At the same time, Baden was playing in the Super League Nationals. Would be a plant this, or take this to the top corner. If it's on for the top corner, small cue ball would suggest that this is on. Or he tried to play it off the red for the billiard. That would have been a coup if he'd made that. Make the black on, give himself another shot at all the yellows. That would have been brilliant. That was a big ball from Baden. He thought for a moment he'd missed it. Now looking for any gaps that he can find, and quite possibly just going to put this over the hole. Yes, indeed. Because what this will do, at the very least, is buy him another shot. Managed to kick both the black and the yellow away, so that's a terrific shot. So important that he managed to get the black out as well, because if you leave the black there, then you're still giving Baden a leg up in the frame, because you can't finish if you can't pot the black. So Katie Singh's fought back to 2-1 down now. He was 2-0 down, it's now 2-1. Double, triple, just about got triple off the yellow. And he's more than a bit fortunate where that red's ended up too. Right on top of the yellow, so I don't think the yellow actually goes anywhere. 2 rails, couldn't quite get the split though. Just a little bit too much juice off the cue there. Yeah, you might have another go at it here though. No. No again. But now the next question, is it actually on in that corner? There's every possibility it will be, but will he actually take the shot on? No, he won't. And rightfully so. Wasn't worth it. This was not worth the candle. Because you're an absolute hero if it drops, but you're never guaranteed that it will. Much better to do what he did and just bide his time. Gone for the big double there. I tell you what, he didn't get a pot, but where the cue balls ended up, left distance, and these are never easy. He's going for the one closest to the rail here. Oh, that's a sumptuous stroke. One would say he absolutely needed that, and boy did he deliver it. Top, come back for the black. And this now for the set. Yes! Yes, he does. 2 sets apiece. Who wants it more? Just as you said, Carl. Baden was on the hill, had a shot at the black. That would have won him the match. Missed it. Then ended up losing the set and losing the next set, and now look at it. 2 sets apiece. The game's reset. The game is very much on. This time he gets the break bang on, and oh, look at where the white's finished. Right on top of the shark rack, or just about. That's a terrific looking set of reds. Gets himself onto the hard ones, it looks like he has. One in the D will pass the other red. Just jack up slightly on it to stun it. Ooh, he kind of peeled away like he'd missed that, but it did drop. This is real squeaky bum time now, this, especially for Baden, but at the moment handling it beautifully. Oh, look at this positional shot, that's wonderful. Now with the black being where it is, if it's on for the corner pocket top right of your screen, you might just put this in quietly and aim for that. Otherwise, probably the middle. And you had to put everything onto that and into it. Middle pocket, it's napped away and missed. Walking away from the table, I can't believe what's just happened. Playing very much across the net, you've got to be careful. You've got to take it into consideration if you're going to play pocket weight. Oh, you go for a snooker and he hasn't got it. The ball's actually past the pocket, I don't think it cuts. So it's not a bad shot from Brent actually. It doesn't look great, but unless Baden can pull something out of the fire here, then he's very much on for another shot. Finds it out. Looks like the yellow further away from the rail there of those two in bulk. It looks like it might just go. Don't just content to stay down this end of the table. There's always that safety aspect to it. If he does miss, then Baden has to play towards the corner pocket instead of being able to cut it in the middle. Top through this for... No, he's not. He's gone for the big screw. It's finished up pretty good. Still stay down this end of the table. If he doesn't like the way the balls lie, then he can play a double or anything that keeps the cue ball down there. Because Baden will not have the cut in the middle to go for if he does. He could very well go for the finish here, and I'm suspecting he will be looking at the finish. Tried to get a snooker with it and he hasn't managed to do so. So this is on for the corner. It's not an easy shot though. And it's not going to get there. It's not going to get there. I was a bit surprised he didn't have more of a go at that. Decided that the pressure of the black over the hole was enough, which it very much is at this point. So often you see a player do that and then for some reason they still come to the table. No worries if that is most definitely going to be a snooker next. I think that was always the plan though. So a total snooker. There's a possibility that Baden could pot this black too. If he comes off this top rail and hits it thin enough, it could drop. Hang on to your hats, folks. Or even off two rails. He very nearly got it off the second rail. I'll tell you what though, the control is very good, and for these yellows all being on, there's still a lot of work for Brent here. Can't just pot these both, and you can't just pot one and then put the other one in the opposite pocket. He's got to... I was about to say he's got to get back around for the second of those two yellows, and he's not been able to do so. So Baden for the frame indeed. Took a long way to get there, but got there he did. So Baden Jackson won game 2-0 over Brent Bowles in the deciding set. Finishing off the rest of my food there, so full attention now on the game. So there's your correct score. Went to break, and immediately it's a successful break, and what a good one too. Tell you what, you'd go reds for your absolute life here. Ample opportunity to manoeuvre that red that's in trouble as well. It's just what you want. So does the needful and gets on the set. Now a chance to make that red available. And he does, and he's still on the one to the middle, so just needs to continue piecing them together here. There'll be a plant in the offing coming up. But he's going to take it now with the reddies just liberated. You want that right over the hole, which it is, so the reason why he took that is so that that ball would sit more over the pocket than the current one was. So it makes that plant a lot easier. We knew there was a plant in it, but you could actually make the red more over the hole. That's a little bit short of where he would have liked it. Ideally straight, but still got a lot of room to work with here. As long as he doesn't get himself mixed up with the corner pocket or the yellow next to it. He just needs to have this come down a nice straight line.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Stopping it has.
To table number 2 on the loser's side, Adam Shaw and Danny Bowen. Table number 4 on the winner's side, Kerry Words and Des Blair.
So a few more games just being called out. And yes, he does make the black, so immediate answer. 1 game apiece, 2 sets apiece. Nothing to separate him. The only split you're seeing at the moment is off the break. Now you get to thinking about how many of these short races to 3 each player has had and how they got here as well to this point. Look at the cue ball path on that. Look at all the cue power on that to get the cue ball there. Screw that off the apex ball into the bulk rail and then back up to the top rail, and it's ended up pretty much bang in the middle of the table. So that's amazing power in that cue. It counts for now if you can't finish them though, so Baden looking to sew the frame up here. Looks like reds will be the go. Sorry, yellows will be the go. So get on the one down the rail here. That would be the ideal. Unless you want to take this yellow here that's currently blocking the black. She is there, Tara. I was waiting for you to make a comment. I might go and do that after this frame finishes, Tara, just for you. I don't want to leave the seat at the moment. We've got a potential clearance on. You have been watching this, no doubt, tearing out whatever little hair you had left, Tara. I was wondering how Baden could throw away such a great advantage, but I suppose that's the nature of the game, and he's still queuing really well. He's only got 2 balls to go to the black. Just needs to decide which order he wants to take them in. Just 1 ball to go. If he's going to play the 1 rail here, he's got to watch the red. We'll go around the red, that's perfect. Lovely depth on that shot. Oh dear. Do you want me to go and do it now, Tara? Because that's a howler of a miss. Don't mind me, folks. Oh, he hasn't, has he? Oh, Brent hasn't left him a shot on the black. Surely not. That's sloppy if he has. He's had so much room to hide that in. Just ends up parking it back where it was. It wasn't on. I'll go and do that now, Tara. I'll be straight back, folks. Done it, Tara. I've delivered the message to Chrissy. I actually like what Brent's doing here. So he's dangling that carrot, that, isn't it? The black's not on, and yes, he got a touch. Makes it a little bit easier for a snooker here, though. He just needs to run fairly full into this. Hasn't it? I don't know whether he got a snooker or not. If he has got a snooker, then it's very good because he's blocked off both easy routes to the black. I'm going to call the referee over to have a look to see if this is actually a snooker. I think Chrissy's going to tell him after this frame, Tara, but I have told her about it. Oh, that was so close. I think he was trying to snap into that long rail and then into the black from there. This is a massive free shot here for Brent. I just wonder whether he'd be better off to make that the red more on for himself, but he's actually gotten nicely onto it now, so I may just have to eat my words there. Once again, if you don't have to do it, don't do it. If you're good enough to still get on it. Either just to screw down the table or take the rail. He's selected to take the rail. He's got either red that he can play, or he can take the one to the right. Now maybe looking at the one on the left, and the one on the left offers him the opportunity to block the pocket if he misses, but whether he's willing to take that on or whether he wants to take the one that's lead to it. The ball definitely looks on, especially from that side view, top right of your screen. He just needs to make sure he doesn't touch the black on the way past. I think he might have to use the rest here. No, he's taken out the snooker extension. Yeah, well played. Excellent weight. If that had stayed up, it would have been right over the hole. Now this just to get it to 2-1. Imagine that. You don't need to imagine it, it's just happened. Brent Wells 2-1 up with this set over Baden Jackson. This becomes a potential banana peel here for Baden. If Brent gets this next frame, he wins. If he doesn't, then we will go to a black ball shoot-off. Brent will have the honour of breaking the frame just to boot. There we go, using the shark rack underneath the regular rack, which seems to be the way that most players do it now. Had a hell of a route to get here as Brent. He was 2-0 down, and then I think he was 2 frames to 1 down as well within that third set. From basically nothing, he's ended up working his way to being on the hill. That is a fantastic break to begin with. This very frame now. You have to be looking reds here. Especially that red in bulk that's furthest from the bulk rail. If that one's on and he can get back for the other one in bulk, then look out. Personally that's what I would do, but looks like he's going for the fine cut on the yellow instead. Oh, where's your pause? Where's your pause? I don't think he'll be happy with this. I don't think he's got position on anything. Maybe the yellow next to the cue ball cuts, I don't know. Better believe that he'll be going for it if it does. No. No. Baden would have been in his seat thinking, I'm not going to get a shot here. I'm pretty sure he rose from his seat very quickly when Brent missed that. It's that lovely action on the cue ball just to get it to snap to the right of that ball. And it's so important that you don't put too much bottom on those or too much cue into them, because otherwise it kind of curves before it hits the rail and then it goes down the rail further. Cue ball for the red down the rail now by the look of it. Could also play the plant. There's certainly players have not been scared of those this match. Hinge on whether that red next to the yellow is on. It certainly looks like it is by the way Baden's played that. That's the big question, because if that's on, he plays it now, but if not, I'll have to look away from it. Looks like it is on, so he's going to use his extension here. There is a shot clock in for this at the moment, but players can have an extension per game. Gets a piece of the black. He's still left that red on by the look of it. He made it harder than he would have liked, but it's still on. It's just whether that red in the middle of the table will pass the yellow into the middle pocket on the right. Get past. Oh, it didn't get past. He's still got the one in the centre of the table though. One in the centre of the table. It looks like it goes in both corner pockets down there. Wonderful killing, and he's ended up perfect on the red. Just needs to pick his road. Back nicely for the black, so this could very well be a black ball shootout, folks. If this goes, and it does.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves another black ball shootout. Just a reminder, 5 shots on the black each, 2 from the left, 2 from the right, and the fifth in the middle.
So black ball shootout we will have. We've already had one of them on stream.
Best of luck.
Let's go. So just the rules again for those of you who have just tuned in and don't know. Each player gets 5 shots at the black. 2 from the left hand side. 2 from the right hand side. This is the bulk line I'm talking about. And the third one is from the centre of the bulk line. Sorry, the fifth one is from the centre of the bulk line. So this is the cauldron that the players are playing in at the moment. Absolute pressure cooker in here. You can see the players just taking a bit of a break and shaking each other's hands, one walking down the tunnel, one walking up it. So as it is for the actual play, the players will lag for the right to play the first shot, or rather the decision on who plays the first shot. So just waiting for Brent to come back, and that will tell me, or tell us, who will get first crack at this. You see, Kerry and Des see top right of your screen. They're actually playing at the moment. They've stopped to watch this black ball shootout. That's how much of a novelty and a fun addition to this is. We've already had one before today. That was Healy White prevailing over Adam Shaw. So here comes Brent Wells. So this ought to be exciting. We will cut back to the regular angle fairly soon, I would imagine, but for now, just have a look at the interest in this. Baden won the leg in the original leg to see who broke for the match. This time it is Brent who wins the leg. So he will have the choice as to whether he takes the first shot or whether he lets Baden do it. They can, but they have to put it one to each side. Tara. So this, it's a ball in hand within bog, but you have to, the first shot you have to have it on the right hand side. Down she goes. So Brent Wells immediately 1 from 1. So Baden will shoot from the right. This is his first shot at black. Brent successful with his. And Baden similarly with his. So 1 each, and we'll split off to the left. They find it easier to cut it in from one angle, so it makes it fair. I think it also makes it more fair for the players, Tara, because you can't just cut it in from anywhere if you're strong on a particular angle. Brent misses from the left, so Baden will have the same shot, or much the same shots. He'll go into this knowing that if he makes this, then he's already 1 ahead. He does indeed, so look at the punch of the table. That's how you know he's fired up. So 2-1 to Baden after 2 attempts each. So we'll now cross back to the right where Brent was successful with his first attempt. And nails it from the right, so immediately telling Baden you need to answer. Keep your 1 shot advantage. Attempt the third. And pot on the black the third. So 3-2 after 3 attempts to Baden Jackson. And he's been absolute nails so far. So you have to... So this is the 4th attempt, Brent, so you have to shoot this from your weak side, which is the left side as we see it. It'll be his right side as he looks at it. You'd think this has to go in as well. 3-2. If he can't make this pot, he's pretty much out of it. All jaws and stays up. So if Baden makes this, he wins. So 3-2. Brent's had 4 shots at it. Baden, this is his 4th attempt. If he makes this, he takes an unassailable 4-2 lead. Yes! Nothing but pocket. And I think everybody in Christchurch heard that as well. So Baden Jackson, the victor over Brent Wells, who will advance to the winners round 2. The stream will be cut, but it will be it will be straight back, so don't go anywhere.
Look back on that channel and we'll be back.
Indeed, look back on our channel very soon. We will be back with another stream. Thank you all for watching. For all of you who watched so far, please do so soon.